Hello, everybody, and finally, our voices are being broadcasted to the race. It's been a slight delay of actions, but we are here and are live. We have 7 minutes here until race start gets going, and the cars will begin rolling on the grid. A slightly smaller grid here. There were some people who had some last-minute unfortunate things come up. Some people got sick. A couple people had job offers come up, and obviously that all takes precedent in real life over racing in here, so completely understandable, but unfortunate to see a couple of cars fall off the grid for what we hope to be a very fun and fantastic race here today.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the booth with me here, I got Christian. I do believe you were here last month.
Yeah. I'm becoming a regular. I'm gonna move in.
So yes, we hope to have some fun here in the broadcast booth, watching these cars go around.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. This is a track it's one of the most polarizing tracks in ACC. That's probably the best way to put it. So I'm very interested to see how teams do here, how teams that have been running the GRG series, how they handle this track, if it might mess around with some of the people we usually see at the front. Because as I said, this is a track you either love or you hate, and it's very hard to set up a car right for.
Don't you love it whenever ACC sticks people into two different cars even though they're not supposed to be?
Oh boy. Good old-fashioned ACC problems. Yeah, it's unfortunate it doesn't set up like R Factor does, where anyone can just get thrown into a car.
Yeah, like, the entry list is a good idea, but also a horrible idea at the same time. Like, hopefully, in most cases, let me get off of watching a car sitting on the pit lane. Hopefully, in most cases, you know, having a password's enough to restrict things and people, to prevent having, having people in the wrong spots. But yeah, currently with the way that the server setup works with the entry list is just absolutely painful. It's because everything has to be in a very perfect order, and then it's all based on Steam ID, and so whatever the Steam ID is, that links you to a car, but it does a bad job of it in some cases. Yeah. Where it'll start throwing people into the wrong car, such as right now. Very unfortunate thing to have happen, because, I mean, there's not too much in which we can do about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can keep on, really the only option is to keep on restarting the server over and over, but at what point can do you have to just call that? Because we used to do that, and we used to have to end up restarting the server 5-6 times, because in fact it kept on happening to a different team every time.
Yeah. I think I've when I ran in another league, the way they handled it was they said you have Friday practice, because they set up a practice server with driver swaps, and they basically said, tell us on Saturday. That worked well, I think. Then it kind of put the onus on the teams to make sure it was figured out before the event. But still, it would be great if it was like a server option, like you could say it's an entry list or it's whoever joins your car. But,
yeah.
AC2 hopes, I guess.
Hopefully. That is one thing, like, as annoying as RF2 is with the way that a lot of its things work, that is one thing that it does that I think is really good. It's just the ability to kind of just be able to hop into different cars, and then obviously, like, I mean, the team would have the choice as to whether they want to let you in or not, right? Like, so it ain't like you can just hop into someone else's car and suddenly be stealing all their data, or just jump in and start driving for them. Like, you still have to make that willing decision to put them in the car. So that is one nice thing that R Factor does, in my opinion. But also, some people hate it. They don't like the fact that you have to have that extra step of selecting which car you want to join. They would rather it just already be done, which is also understandable.
Yeah, positives and negatives. The most recent update to R Factor made it a lot more intuitive, though. Not to talk about R Factor too much, but they did actually change how driver swaps work in the most recent update, and I think it's a good step forward. Anyways.
So interesting little factoid with this race, and it's something that we introduced last time as well, is the fact that there are 4 limited tire sets on the entire weekend, and obviously teams that are out here, such as the 763 we're watching right now, are using one of those sets here in practice. Now, this race should be a 2-stop, a 3-stop on the long end, so you really shouldn't need to use all 4 sets. You should be able to get away with 3, one on the start and then 1 at each pit stop. However, it is always nice to have that 1 spare fresh set of sticker tires. But with these ACC, endurance tires, luckily they are quite hefty and don't fall apart all that quickly. So they, for the most part, it's not too much of a problem to have a couple laps on the set of tires, because typically that won't affect them that much. And actually, in some cases, the tire is at its fastest whenever it's got a couple laps on it.
Yeah, the most recent DHE tire update they did for ACC, when they brought out the, I think the 2020 season cars with the new tire, that tire actually peaks at about 3 laps. That's when it has its most grip. But it's an interesting sort of compromise here, because Misano is so heavy, especially on the rear tires, that you might start compromising your run if you put too many laps on the tires ahead of time. Now, probably not a massive issue now, but it is something to always consider. Sort of the tough thing about this track.
It is nice that we finally do have this session underway and rolling. Game does look really good whenever it's all finally working, and the end product that I think this game does put out there is top notch. Once it gets done, once you actually do have the product out there and working, I do think that this game does put together one of the best looking and best presenting racing out there.
Yeah, that is for sure. More reasons I'm super hyped for Assetto Corsa 2 is when you have a AC game that has maybe some prototypes mixed in. I think they'll make a very an experience that will be tough to beat. I'll put it that way. But right now what we have is really good as well. I'm not gonna sleep on GT3 cars. So as we just look at everyone getting into their positions on the grid, into the final about a minute and a half before we go green. We have the 2 Bentleys on the front row. It'd be very interesting to see what strategy those Bentleys choose, because they can definitely go further on fuel. Can the Bentleys get an extra stop? It'll be hard to do with only a 4-hour race. We saw the Bentleys try it last time out at Barcelona, at least one of the Bentleys. And I'm not sure it was the strat. Not that they ended up poorly, but it seemed like running hard the whole time worked out for the better. But we'll see. See how things work at Misano. 39 degrees Celsius on the track. It is absolutely boiling out there, and for those of you who have not played ACC, track temps, tire temps, all super important. I can't think of a racing sim I've played where they've mattered so much.
Yeah, for sure. These Pirelli tires, they really, really have their operating range that they want to be in, and that is it. You do not want to be over or below it by much. Obviously, there's a little bit of leeway for driver preference and setup work, but for the most part, it is basically what you're handed is what like what it says you should have is what you want to have. And yeah, definitely, this is one of the sims in which that is most prevalent. Obviously, with Some other sims, such as R Factor, the tires are just the tire pressure and temp doesn't really matter at all for the most part, which is unfortunate. But at the same time, it's kind of leads to that game being very fun in the way it is. But yeah, the fact that you can just set the tire pressures there to whatever you want them to be, and it really doesn't make that much of a difference. You're just kind of going for whatever gives most grip. But in here, like, there is definitely a number to have, and with these GT3 cars, it's normally right around that 28 psi mark you want to be at. Sometimes a bit lower, sometimes a bit higher, depending on the track abrasiveness. But for the most part, 28 psi that's right where your operating range is on these tires. And so it's going to be really interesting to see, how the people are able to manage that in these temperatures. Because, I mean, as you said, 39 Celsius, it is really, really hot down there. I would hate to be walking barefoot on this on this asphalt right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's the price of the game, though. So as we sit here, the car's doing their pace lap right now, getting those tire pressures up. We've got the team racing boat Bentley on the pole. Set a blistering 133.270 in qualifying. Ramback's in that car right now. He'll be taking the car on the green flag. Behind them is the GTWR R8G female racing Bentley. 133.945 is the qualifying lap. Behind them is the Global Enduro McLaren. That's the number 22 car. Then we get to the 200 QM car. And that completes the second row. That's at the highest up Aston Martin. Then we get to the third row. We have the DSRT 50 Shades of Grey Bentley. Another Bentley in the top 5. Alongside them on the third row will be the HSP Snow Leopard Aston Martin. That's the 763 car. Behind them, we got the Draymont Racing Ferrari. That's our highest Ferrari up the order. Ferrari's always an interesting car to choose in ACC. They can be quite fast, but they're quite hard to make work in an endurance setting. So we'll see how they handle today. Alongside them will be the DSRT RJB Solutions Nissan. That's the Godzilla for the field. Always fun to see a Nissan out there. Then we go back to
people are starting to have some, not to interrupt you here, but people are having problems getting into the double file. I do believe because of the fact there were a couple cars that did not make this race inside that top 10, and so people were struggling with that double file, and it was kind of really funny to watch. They're coming down now. People need to group up if they want to get a good start here, as we're coming to the lights. Waiting for them to go green, red all across, and the lights are out. Green flag is waving down into turn 1. The cars will go. Yannick gets a huge jump, and down into turn 1, we are 3 wide in the middle of the pack there, as the DSRT Bentley tries to jump their way up a position into P4 now. The 69 Ferrari that you were just mentioning, they managed to get themselves a position over the Snow Leopard Aston. Oh, off goes the number 7, I do believe that was. No, not the game is all sorts of confused. The 14 went off of the racetrack, going down into turn 4 there, pushing themselves just a little bit wide, and that's going to drop them from P2 down to 4 outside the podium now in the first minute of the race. Ooh, that's a big snap of oversteer from that Aston Martin there, the 763 Snow Leopard racing car.
Yes. Well, everyone is largely safe through those first few corners, though.
Oh, there's a bit of contact, just as you were mentioning it. Cars are around.
Oh, Jesus, one of the Astons. Oh, man, it's absolute chaos in the back. Just
contact all around, lots and lots of contact there. I wonder how much damage happened to the Mercedes, or not the McLarens, who happened to get caught up in that. Jordan Modrak there just kind of seemed to overdrive the corner a little bit, got in the back of someone. It was kind of a no harm, no foul incident until the rest of the field had nowhere to go and backed right into them.
Yeah, Tremonto, the that sort of like double apex almost right-hander that leads onto the back straight. Especially if you're driving on a flat screen, it's almost blind around you. You will not see cars beside you in certain circumstances. I imagine that caught him out. Hopefully the damage, as you said, wasn't too bad, though.
At the moment, nobody pit, so no one feels that there's dramatic enough damage to immediately come back in. But we might see within a couple laps that there is enough damage to warrant a pit stop. But an unfortunate blow there for the 763 car, who started up front in the field with a pretty impressive qualifying last Saturday, but has now fallen their way down to the tail end of the field and will likely see a penalty of sorts come with that incident.
We have another car around. It seems like it's the 199. Got into the 361, it seems. It's down around Rio. Turn 4, turn 5 area of the track. Another part of the track where it's very easy to get into someone. You're braking at different... your braking markers are different. I'll put both of them behind the 8 ball. And that McLaren looks quite heavily damaged, the 199 McLaren.
At the tail end of the field.
Yep.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not have the broadcaster app, so for those of you who are here watching the stream and you see how it's kind of jumping, I'm having to teleport through the field, it's because the broadcaster app for ACC decided to uninstall itself, and I can't find where it's at, and I can't figure out how to launch it, so we're having to do it the old-fashioned way, going car by car, unfortunately.
Unfortunate. Yeah. Every once in a while, there's little things I remember about broadcasting R Factor that I appreciate. The app is literally on the internet, so it's always there. Anyways, enough talking about another video game.
Right down here, P6, 7, and 8 are all in line. Or no, 7, 8, and 9, sorry, are all in line here trying to go and chase their way up the field. The number 13 McLaren, who is the car in which is having problems with the driver swap. The second driver for the car is currently sitting on pit lane in a extra car on the grid. So hopefully they can figure something out regarding that and try to get underway, or maybe Martin's going to try to run the full 4 hours here, and just due to it being a game issue and the attempt of, we will let it slide. Obviously it's not ideal, but we won't necessarily punish them for having the game issues. So if Martin does indeed wish to run the full 4 hours here, then they can go ahead and keep that result.
Yeah,
the DSRT Ferrari here is just under attack from behind, while also attacking on the slower Lexus, who is bridging themselves a gap between the top 6 and themselves, just being a little bit off the pace. We're going to go into the camera side, or the track side cameras now. The 992 Aston Martins is kind of cruising in this pocket of air on their own. Up front, there's obviously still battles happening, while Yannick Rombach is trying to just cruise his way into a nice clean pocket of air up front, as per usual. Quite a good showing here for Andrew Shaw. Normally this car is kind of further down the grid, so for the for this team, it's quite impressive to see them up in second right now, and hopefully they can keep that result going really well. Misano, definitely a track that they have been petitioning for a while, so hopefully it's one that they tend to like a lot.
Yep, that's, as I was saying at the top of the broadcast, it's a track you either love or you hate, and it can really throw some teams for a loop and really put some teams forward you never expect to see. As we see, whoa! Close battle continues. I think the Ferrari actually got bumped, the number 16 Ferrari. I think Schaefer is going to let him go, but that backs them up into the 360 Aston Martin of Zamfir Radu, who's now on the hunt. That's given the Lexus of Schneider a little bit of breathing room.
And now we have an Aston Martin coming into this battle under attack. The 13 car goes through the 360 with a bold move. And the 13 coming back. Oh, a little bit of side contact there. Around goes the 360 into the grass.
That is unfortunate.
That was a bold move that they made down into the hairpin. I feel like a fully fair move, but our camera angle did not quite show as to what was going on there.
Yeah.
I don't know who came over into who, but that was an unfortunate bit of contact here for the 360 team.
Yeah. We'll hopefully have the pace to get back into that fight. Still all to play for, only 8 minutes into this. But one person who's not waiting around is Rombach, who's continuing to grow that lead out front. And Shaw also putting a good gap on third. See now a close battle, though, between Vanderberg and Burning. And that's going to be a penalty for the 763 Aston Martin coming out now. So we're probably going to start seeing some of the penalties from the first lap be awarded. So here we go. Coming around number 69 car we're on board with right now, watching this close fight for third effectively. Coming into the first corner, can cut that curb quite a lot, can cut the second curb a lot as well, despite those rumble strips on the inside. It's actually the best way to get around. Now here we go into the very, very challenging turn 4, 5, 6 complex. Route and away onto the back straight. Got to be very careful not to go wide there and get a track cut. Now coming into turn 8. You can go way faster than you think into this corner because of the heavy banking. Decent gap between the Bentley and the chasing Ferrari behind. 2 Bentleys here actually fighting for 4th and 3rd. Now on to the incredibly long back straight from Tremanto. Very important to get Tremanto right because, well, this is one of the best passing zones on the track if you get it wrong. Through the flat-out Corvone, turn 11. Now to turn 12. Get on the brakes for the tightening turn 13. Don't want to go wide. Another place you can get a track cut. And now into Caro, where you got to slow right down. And you got to get across the track as quickly as you can for turn 13. If you get the line right, it's flat. If you get it wrong, you'll be off the track and into the grass. And into the final corner, turn 16, Misano. Once again, another one's curves. You don't want to hit the curbs, and there you go. That's a lap of Misano. As we carry on.
As you were mentioning earlier on in the broadcast, it's one of those polarizing tracks that people either seem to love or hate. Personally, I am on the board. I love this track. I hate driving it, because I think I just kind of hate driving in ACC in general. But I do love this racetrack, and my favorite complex is right here where we're looking right now with these cars. Coming down here from 3 to 4, 5, and 6 here, this whole complex is really, really fun, and it takes a really good flow. And there's a ton of time to be both gained and lost in that complex. If you mess up just a little bit, you can go off and, as you mentioned, get track cuts. You can also go off and just, in general, get damage for hitting, sausage curbs that are on the outside of the racetrack. Or you can also just lose a lot of time because of the fact that you missed an apex or something. It's one of those where if you miss one, you miss them all. And so it makes it a very, very fun sequence for me, as well as down here, down the back straightaway in towards turn 13, where you're kind of braking as you're curving through the corner. And it's kind of one of those where you're kind of just modulating the brake the whole way through the corner to try to set yourself up into the hairpin to maybe make an overtaking zone. And obviously, this is a motorcycle racetrack primarily, with race cars as the secondary. So it's one of those where that corner sets up really, really well for motorcycles, but in race cars it makes it very tricky and hard to do something. So that's why it's one of those places that personally I like to try to set up an overtake, is coming out of 13 into the hairpin. Because if you can set one up into the hairpin really, really well, it can catch a lot of people off guard, as well as it's where you kind of minimize your time lost, because most of this track is very flowy. One corner leads into the next, which again comes from that MotoGP side of things with it. And so that's one of those few sections where it's a hard acceleration zone after the corner that doesn't immediately lead into another braking zone or hard acceleration zone. So it's one of those where you can kind of get away with making a mistake. So to me, that's one of the best overtaking positions on the racetrack, is into that hairpin out of 13.
Yeah.
Obviously,
It's
the other
actually-
one would be going onto the back straightaway, but that's one of those where you can also be throwing away a lot of time trying to make that overtake. Right down here where we're following the cars coming now, you can try to make something happen here, but it's one of those where if you mess it up, you lose a lot of time because, of course, you're not getting the good run down the back straightaway. So it's that hit or miss play on, is it worth it?
Yeah. It's, you gotta be tactical at Misano. There's places where you can pass, but it's certainly better to do it in a place where your opponent can't immediately get back at you, or you're not compromising your run in such a way that you're actually hurting yourself. It's a big think track. It's not a smooth brain track.
And despite it being a relatively, like new surface per se, and being I guess you can say smooth surface, it's really abrasive. This racetrack likes to eat tires. It is one of them that, especially with the temps. Oh, that was almost a dive into the corner there from the 69 Ferrari. Maybe getting a little bit impatient seeing that big Bentley wing chilling up in front of it. But it's one of those tracks where it likes to eat tires because it is really, really abrasive. It's very grainy, and you can definitely tell it whenever you run and go between where the curbs are and where the racetrack is. You can feel the difference in just how abrasive the racetrack is. And so it's why you'll see a lot of these braking zones. It's typically better to try to go onto the curbing and onto the green turf, in a sense. I don't really know if it's turf, but the turf, for lack of a better word, on the outside of the corner into the braking zone, because it allows you to kind of preserve the tires under braking and turn in comparison to braking on the racetrack. One of those things that I found out whenever I was practicing for a race here, and whenever I learned that, I was like, oh, that explains why everyone does it.
Yeah, there's that. You got to use all the track as well, and so once you got 2 tires on the track, you're on the track. So it's important to use all of it.
Well,
yeah,
and,
the other really
another interesting distinction is, so you'll see that there's red turf and then there's green turf. The red turf is 2 tires on the racetrack. If you put all 4 onto the red, the game gives you a track cut or a warning. Where with the green, you can put all 4 tires on the green. It allows you. So basically, it's a red means no, green means go type of situation. So if there's a green turfing, you are able to put all 4 tires onto it.
my mind was just blown.
So it is a really interesting little thing.
Huh. Good to know. Yeah, in ACC, especially in the interesting thing I always find, this is something I tell my team a lot, is you have to practice this game in hot stint, not free practice or anything like that, because you got to learn where you're allowed to cut.
Yep.
And the hot stint will tell you where you're allowed to cut, whereas the free practice is way more aggressive than the actual races are. So it's interesting. Learning where you can and can't cut in this game is a pretty important thing for lap time at a lot of tracks.
Yep, that is one thing that I have also noticed is, yeah, I generally try to perform my practice just in a race session in of itself. Here comes the 991 on the 992. Trying to look around the outside here. And onto the back straightaway.
Lexus.
Not going to get that move done. The Lexus front end washes out. And now that's going to try to allow the 13 McLaren to slide in maybe on the Lexus.
Close battle here for the back half of the top 10. 2 wide.
Backing out of it is the 99 Racing Team. I think a very smart move in that position to back out.
Yeah.
Because that Lexus seems to not have its front end entirely under it, and so you don't want to wash out there. Side by side now, Schaefer on the outside of the Aston. Oh, that's a curb hop there for the Aston. A little bit of contact.
Oof.
And now 3 wide into the final corner. Fantastic racing, almost an opportunist move there by the Lexus. Couldn't quite get it to stick on their teammate, and obviously, it was a team car, so you don't want to go too deep into it and wreck both of your cars in one incident over kind of a non-important issue at this time. The McLaren now looking a little bit unhappy. It just kind of was a bit bouncy there going through turn 3. Hopefully they don't have too much damage on that car after the side swipe from the Aston.
Yeah, you never really can tell visually. It's something you need to be in the car to really feel. Oof, as he catches some of that curb. He can really unsettle the car, but he still has a good run. Decides better of it, goes wide, trying to set themselves up for a little bit later in the lap here. Tremanto maybe set it up for the back straight.
Trying to get wide here. Oh, and the Aston washes. There's the move right there. Gonna be a chance. Side by side they come down the back straightaway.
We will have the cojones into Curvone. McLaren has the upper hand. Aston sweeps out to the right, stays side by side into turn 12. And there you go, that's the position for the 13. Unless the Aston can find a way around, thinks better about it into Caro. And that's the McLaren through.
Very good,
Great
strong
racing.
charge right there down the back straightaway, taking advantage of the mistake from the 992 by washing out just a little bit. That's one of those differences of the front engine versus mid-engine cars is the front engine cars, if you mess it up just a little bit, they're going to wash a lot on the front end, where the mid-engine cars, if you mess it up, they're going to, rather than washing out, they're going to wash in, and the front end's actually going to turn in a bit too much if you miss your corner. So that's one of those things where the mid-engine car might just be a little bit better around this racetrack versus front engine, especially as the tires wear.
Yeah.
This battle
Depends
here
on
for
how
P3,
much,
4, and 5 is still going on pretty good as well. The two Bentleys in line trying to catch their way up.
Yep, that Ferrari still holding on though strong. Very good to see. But we'll see how it gets deeper into the tire run. I'm sure the drivers are already feeling the wear, and then they're looking at the clock and saying, I still have like 50 minutes to go on this fuel tank. That's crazy. But that's Misano.
There's been a great bit of slow is the 992 now, and that's going to allow the number 16 Ferrari to possibly slip through again, missing the apex of the corner, washing way wide coming onto the back straightaway. And now that's the 16 Ferrari through up into P8. And now they're going to go try to chase down that Lexus just up the road in front of them. DSRT trying to make their moves up the grid.
Now that's the sort of the tough thing, is now you're starting to get into your own head a bit. So Nomad now has the wow, not going to say that, has the Nissan behind him now.
The DSRT RGB or RJB solution car. They're now chasing them down. Very good looking car, and DSRT, of course, they're kind of one of the groups in which we partnered up with in the past. They helped us host the 12 Hours of Imola whenever we ran that back in December for charity. And so they always try to field a couple cars here within our races, and every once in a while they'll bring in these new teams, and this is a new one that they have here in this Nissan, in the sense of the blue is a color in which they have not run before. Typically they try to stick to that black and red scheme, and I do believe that for the last couple races they had a green car show up, a black and green car, but now to see a blue car showing up definitely looks really good, and it's nice to see a bit more variety on the color of the grid. There's far too much black in ACC cars on the grids, which, I mean,
yeah.
Black looks great, but I think blue is the best color on a race car. I don't know about you, but I can't get enough of a blue race car.
I think purple is an underused color, I feel. But yeah. Anyways, it's it's great to see a lot new cars on the grid. DSRT in this league feels like Andretti at IndyCar. They've got like 6 cars, 2 different teams they support. Great dedication.
I mean, you're not really wrong with that one. Again, down the field here, these cars are way tightly packed together. I do have a phone call I'm gonna have to go take here in just a second, so I'm gonna go mute, and it's gonna be on you, Christian, for just a moment.
Hello, chat. Okay, good to know. It's specially designed for the sponsor. Man, you gotta tell me how you get sponsors. I want sponsors. Anyway, as we carry on watching this fight for 10th. Wow, that Nissan is way more confident on the brakes. This is what I was gonna say. The 992, you gotta imagine Alexander Nomad very much in his own head right now, having missed the braking zone there. on Tremonto 2 laps in a row. You gotta wonder if he's playing with the brake bias, maybe moving it backwards to get that car rotated and slowed down faster. Yeah, it's tough once you start missing corners. Once you start losing positions like that, you start to get into your own head. You start overthinking things. You want to change the line, do anything to try and get yourself back up to pace, but it's very challenging to do that on the fly. As we sit right now, about 37 minutes into the race, coming onto the back straight here. Interesting onboard shot inside of the Aston Martin.
Yes, I was trying to find what the camera button is to use the in-game onboards, because they have 4 of them in which you can cycle through. But I have no idea how to access them outside of the broadcaster app, and of course the broadcaster app is currently not working. So I don't know quite how to access them. It's unfortunate. But that phone call was a good one to have, and hopefully my power stays on, to say the least, because there's a tornado that is heading my way.
Oh, jeez.
So hopefully the power stays on for the remainder of this race, and we don't have to have the stream get cut off midway.
Yeah. Well, that is curious. My race app is so out of sync right now, it's unfortunate. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna use race app to see what the lap times are in race apps. Like, you will not be using race app to see what the lap times are.
Yeah, race app is very confusing for me. I have no idea how it works. That is an Ethan thing exclusively. He knows what he's doing. I don't. I just run the broadcast.
That's fair. Man, this is a good battle, though, for a third that's been going on all through this first stint. These cars have been probably about 2 seconds of each other from third.
Oh, and there we go. That's a wash right there for the 14 cars. We just started talking about it. That's going to bring the 69 right into the battle now. I was just about to say, these cars have been very, very consistent. Really no mistakes from any of them outside of lap 1 with the 14 kind of washing out at turn 4. But there's really been no problems that have been had between these cars, and they've all been running very identical pace overall. Oh, that explains why there wasn't the gap between the cars, because of the fact I didn't have it turned on. There it is. Now it's on the broadcast. You guys can see the gap between the race cars on the field.
Yeah, it seems like it's exactly what you said earlier about the front engine versus mid engine fight here. I feel like as we see going for a move, the 69 locks up, goes wide. That's going to let the Bentley back through.
I think the Bentley was about to go defensive, not expecting really a proper lunge there. But the 69 committed to the lunge. So whenever the 14 kind of whenever they made their move just a little bit to the right, the Ferrari just had to panic in order not to hit her, because I mean the last thing you want to do is run someone over right there over, again, kind of a meaningless battle at this moment of the race. So definitely a good evasive action by both there to not hit each other. It was a good reaction by Yvonne there to go back to the racing line after going defensive, and a good job by Chris there to just let the thing roll through the corner and get to the other side with no contact.
Yeah, it's what I was gonna say is I think you're right though. You can see the front engine cars are starting to struggle as we get to about halfway through the stint on that tire wear, and the mid engine cars seem to be really coming alive in all their particular battles. It'll be interesting to see if this carries on through the whole stint, or if the mid engine cars start to feel wear on the rear and it evens out.
Yeah, definitely as of right now, it seems like those mid-engine cars are coming to life. This is where they're going to be best, and obviously the Bentleys are being dominant right now, with 3 of the top 4 being Bentley, but and I mean a lot of the grid being, or like the whole lot of the Bentley grid, I should say, is what I was trying to say. The whole lot of the Bentley grid is inside the top 5 right now, so obviously a very good day for Bentley, and it always seems like that. Bentley's one of those cars where, like, we rarely see it down the grid, but nobody drives it, because I feel like it has a very particular type of driver who enjoys it. But with those drivers who do enjoy it, they are typically very, very quick in it. So we're going to move down the grid here as the battle is once again warming up in the middle of the field for P10 on the grid.
Yes, we have Gomez looking at Alexander Nomad in front of him. About half a second between those two cars. It's another front engine versus mid-engine battle. See the McLaren catching up to the Aston Martin. And see if they can set them up for a pass, perhaps, into the long straight as we come into Tremonto. The Aston Martin taking a very defensive line through that corner. It's going to give the McLaren a bit of a run. Gomez behind the wheel right now.
And that incident that we just saw there, not necessarily incident, but the move into 4 that the 69 made, that bridged out a really, really big gap there for Solly in P3. 3.5 seconds now from 3rd to 4th place. So that really, really helped him be able to just kind of get into a nice groove now and hopefully get into some clean air to pull away and set some good laps on the podium.
Yeah, it's
as we mentioned here,
always...
the McLaren with a big run coming down towards turn 1, see if any move can be made under braking. Going to peek their way to the inside, but going to back out early, electing to not try anything. Hugo Gomez here with a really fast car. This car has got an interesting livery on it, to say the least. I can't figure out what. I think it's leopard print, but it's like camo at the same time. I can't quite tell. It's gold camo with blue. I can't quite figure out what the car is, but definitely a very unique looking car on the grid here.
Yep.
We'll be trying to make any sort of move here soon. And now, wait, we're seeing the 16 Ferrari backing up down the grid. What happened to that car just a few laps ago? Because they were just up in P7, and now they're finding themselves 3 seconds behind P7, and now coming into the battle with P9 here between Nomad and Gomez.
Yeah, gotta wonder if they picked up damage, if they just messed up a corner and overheated the tires. Possible, given how hot the track is, you can very quickly lose control of the tire temps here. You see the McLaren taking a peek through the flat-out turn 11. Looking into turn 12, he's going to back off, think better of it. And all the time he's doing this, the DSRT Nissan is just slowly reeling him in. So he's got to make a move quickly, Gomez does.
What's interesting to note here with today's weather, as you mentioned, it's hot. It's also a headwind going down the back straightaway, which is going to allow them to carry way more speed down into turn 13 than normally, because that extra little bit of headwinds, going to be kind of slowing them down slightly, but it's also going to be putting more downforce on the front end of that car, which will help increase that grip going down into turn 13. So the cars are going to be faster going through 13 than normal. With the current track conditions, especially with the heat on it as well. It's going to be really, really slidey, but the car is going to want extra grip. So definitely I expect us to see someone go off at 13 pretty dramatically at some point throughout this race. If I'm being honest, I do entirely expect it.
If you were a betting woman, that's what you would bet.
Obviously, as well, another little note, this is the first time in a while, because I think the last time we did it was for Spa, where we have a time progression set at higher than ×1. At the moment, we currently have a ×2 time progression in the race, which is why it's been 1 hour and 12 minutes inside of the game, despite only being 30 minutes in terms of race time. As there's a move happening here for the McLaren. Gomez going to try to get something done, but again, that Aston has really, really good drive up out of the corners. One thing about the McLaren that everyone kind of talks about is that it is very, very touchy on the throttle. Even though it's a mid-engine car, you'd think it'd be a bit better on throttle, having that extra weight back there. Oh, that's a big lockup.
And that's going to let the Nissan through.
Big lockup there. And yeah, through comes the number 52 RJB Nissan. Going to peek their way up into that top 10 now.
As this is happening, Yvonne Vandenberg slowly been cutting that gap into third. She's back on it.
And as you mentioned that there, the 69 had a little bit of a look down into 4 once again. Going to be trying to come their way through with traffic in the way. Blue flags are waving, but again, blue flags do not mean you need to get out of the way. They just mean, hey, we're just letting you know there's slower cars behind. So as they get by that car there, the 360, but I'm sure that Chris Burning here is going to try to see a nose in on Yvonne here, especially with the traffic coming up. I imagine the Ferrari, with a little bit better tire wear at this moment, at least from what it seems, should have the extra kind of heads-up grip to be able to get through. on the a little bit slidier, slower Bentley at the moment. A thing worth noting is, as we see maybe a peak down here towards 13. Nope, gonna back out, maybe set up a run towards the hairpin. Nope, not quite gonna get it. The Ferrari slides through the corner.
So long as Sivan can keep a good head on herself. She seems to have just enough pace to keep that Ferrari behind. It'll be tough to do it for a whole stint, but driving quite well right now. Being fast where it counts.
Something worth noting here is that we've been watching Ruben be right on the tail of the 763 here of Jordan, but has not been able to pass this car, despite the fact that it's, obviously in blue flags and going to be a lap down. They've not been able to really get by this car, so they're kind of sitting in this dirty air wake following this Aston Martin around. So it's quite interesting to note how maybe that's going to be backing them up into that battle for fourth place right now. Or if that's maybe also allowing them to bridge out a bit more, because the Aston does have fresher tires after pitting with after 4 or 5 laps into the race. Oh, and as we mentioned that, the 763 goes a bit wide, letting the 7 through. And through goes Ruben, just as we mentioned that.
There you go.
I was just about to say, I wonder how much longer Ruben's going to be able to sit patiently behind that 763, or how long until he forces a move, because there's nothing that angers you much more than sitting behind a car that's a lap down. That you should be faster, but yet you're not because of reasons. And obviously 763 did qualify up front and got into that position of being down the grid in a kind of an unfortunate manner there with contact on lap 1, and they're still bearing that 30-second penalty now, which they will serve, I'm assuming, through the first pit stop.
Yeah. The really tough thing when you're a lead car and you have a lapped car in front of you, and you can be faster than them, is sometimes you start picking up the bad habits of the slower car in front of you, and it can mess you up for a few laps until you get back onto your horse, so to speak. So we'll see what his lap times are like now that he's in fresh air. He didn't spend too much time behind that Aston. But a few bad laps, and he's very quickly back into the clutches of 4th and 5th, who are setting a blistering pace themselves. As we say this right now, very close fight between Gomez, well, everybody from 12th to 10th there, very much nose to tail.
I mean, even I would say from 8th to 11th is this battle here between these 4 cars. As Van Meer has found himself really, again, falling off of the pace in that Ferrari. And this pack here for 9, 10, 11, which we've been watching for laps, as Gomez sees a peak on to Bjorn. Not quite going to get it, maybe on the cross back here. Nope. Gonna back out of it wisely. It seems like the McLaren's a bit shy under braking in comparison to those front engine cars, which could be down to that front engine car. The extra weight on the front maybe helping those tires grip a bit more under braking in comparison to the McLaren. I'm not quite sure if that is a thing in which the car will react to, but it does kind of make sense in my mind.
Yeah, it could be that. It could also just be a kind of over-cautiousness from Gomez, or not over-cautiousness, but a general cautiousness. Just looking at the clock and saying, well, there is still 3.5 hours to go.
Nomad there, almost with a big lunge into the back of Svanmir. I've just now realized how good that this car looks with that chrome red and how it reflects. You can see the reflection of the cars in front of it. You can see the reflection of the sun, as well as the grandstands in the hood of that car, which is quite spectacular looking, at least. Oh, there's contact!
Oh, contact!
Evasive maneuvers there for the 52 and the 515. Very good job by them to get through. But contact under braking, the 992, just maybe a little bit over aggressive on the 16. Again, that Ferrari seemed to be really struggling under braking.
Yeah.
And Nomad was trying to take advantage of it, but obviously was unable to there. Contact, and around he went. 16 got back on pretty good. Hopefully not too much rear end damage for that car. And again, good evasive maneuvers here by Hugo and Bjorn to get their way underway. And now they just jumped 2 free positions there with well, minimal effort, to say the least.
Yeah, that's the got to be patient in these races. But yeah, that's a thing with GT3 cars. They're not quite as nimble as Formula cars, so if somebody's braking point is a lot earlier than yours and it catches you out, it can be very hard to dart the car out of the way.
Especially with the difference between, again, the mid-engine Ferrari and the front-engine Aston. I mean, I imagine that their braking zones are quite a bit different. Like, I mean, I know that GT3 cars are all supposed to be to a spec and such, and they all run very similar pace to each other, but there's definitely a difference in how they get that pace. Oh, as the Bentley almost runs into the back of the Aston. We're going to look 3 wide down the back straightaway here, all the way to the grass for Chris Burning. What a move to get that one done, jumping the position on Yvonne, taking great advantage of the traffic there, and gets through up into P4.
Yep, set it up perfectly. Now it heads down to Sully in the number 7 Bentley. Not a massive gap to make it happen either.
Man, that was a pretty dramatic moment right there, I imagine, for Yvonne, because, I mean, you're not expecting to have to hit the brakes there on the exit of that corner, and so to suddenly have to, and then watch as you go 3 wide with 2 cars to your left, and, you know, you're worrying about, is someone going to hit the grass? Is someone going to make contact? Are they going to hit me? Like, that's one of those stressful moments. Like, you know, you're the slowest car there, but at the same time, you're also the car that's in the leading position. So I imagine that was a very stressful moment there to operate through.
Yeah.
Nice job by everyone to not make contact. No one went in the grass, and they kept themselves under very good racing conditions.
Definitely done. Professional move.
The 199 has hit the pit stall here.
That's interesting.
I do wonder if that is for damage, perhaps, from the earlier incidents on lap 1. Maybe they're trying to bring the car in a bit early. They could also be trying to go for an undercut. Maybe they feel like they have a number that they can hit to the end, and from here they could see it as maybe being a 1 more stop race. Because I mean, the goal is definitely a 2-stop here. I feel no matter what car you're in, no matter who you are, you're trying to hit that 2-stop mark, which I feel like from here, in order to make it a 1 more stop, I mean, you're really asking a lot out of the car, but it's not impossible, but it's improbable, to say the least. I think an hour 40 would be the mark that they need to hit, and that's definitely extending your reach. 100 minutes is not an easy goal to hit. Down the field a little bit here, the 360 car being put 1 lap down to the 16 as they're coming through. Also under attack from the 993-99 Racing Aston Martin. The third of that team's cars, also sporting that same red chrome reflective livery on the Aston that the other 992 Aston is reflecting as well.
Yeah, that McLaren pitting this early has really got me scratching my head. Because if it was for damage early on, you would have wanted to fix that right away if you planned to fix it to limit the damage. Because if you were really losing that much time a lap, you know, you're going to want to address it before it really starts adding up on you. And if it's to go to the end on 1 more pit stop, that's really brave.
Early.
Yeah, we see a move now for 10th, 9th, and 10th here. Gomez gets past the Nissan. But yeah, we'll have to see what they're going to do on fuel to the end, because that will be a massive fuel save to pull off on the McLaren. And the Bentley maybe would have been doable, but I guess we did see some people pull it off on the McLaren at Barcelona. So.
Oh, that's a big chunk of airtime there, running over the sausage curves on the outside of turn 6 for the 52 Nissan. The front wheels came completely off the ground as they almost run into the back of the 515 under braking there. I'm sure that caught them off guard a lot right there. That will look spectacular.
Yeah.
You're not in a motorcycle. You cannot be doing wheelies.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. That's a corner you want to be flat on the exit, but if you get the line wrong, you will be taking a roller coaster ride.
Without a doubt. Sure, the popcorn was left at the side of the racetrack there for Bjorn because yeah, they were screaming the whole way on that roller coaster ride. That looked like a really scary moment.
Yeah.
I want to say here, as we're coming up at 40 minutes through the race, I think the most impressive action here, at least to me, is again Andrew Shaw in that 22 car, currently sitting P2 still after qualifying up there and running up there early. They are just cruising out within a huge gap from P3, 17 seconds back to the third position, while they themselves are only remaining, I think it's, 12 seconds to first? We'll see whenever they come across the timing stripe here. Yeah, 12 seconds to the lead. So they are sitting in this huge pocket of clean air on their own, but quite impressive the pace in which they're managing to keep up with Yannick, who... Yannick, we're having reports of possibly trouble with the driver swap for that team. And Yannick might have to end up running the entire race, and that I'm sure will be straining, and surely he can't keep up the same pace he's setting right now for an entire 4-hour-long race. So we'll be curious to see the developments that happen up front between those two cars. So as of right now, there are 2 cars that are having problems with driver swaps, and it's very unfortunate to see. ACC did have an update just a few days ago, and you gotta wonder if maybe that threw something off on the server.
Yeah, you never know. Something we'll find out in post, I suppose. So, interesting to note, I sort of thought Chris Burning would get a bit of a gap on Vandenberg, but he has not. That Bentley has stayed quite with him. So that pace difference wasn't as massive as I thought, or maybe the tires have started to equalize. Yeah, she's been keeping that number 14 Bentley quite competitive with that Ferrari, who I thought might have gone charging off down the road.
Yeah, I feel like we gotta be at a point where, yeah, pace is starting to equalize between these two cars. Surely it isn't that much different, but also, I mean, there is a difference with drivers. You know, whenever you're following, it's a bit easier to be fast, I feel, because you can use the car in front of you as a braking point and then slightly exceed it at every corner because you know that they're playing it a bit safe. So you can always be as slightly faster, I feel, whenever you're the car that's tailing, especially a track like Misano here where you have such long straightaways where the tow can help you as well. So perhaps that is something that was playing in factor for both cars, in which whenever they were following, they're able to just run that little bit more consistent in comparison to being out in the lead.
Yeah, that is very true. Easier to follow than lead. I can say from experience. So, about 45 minutes into this race.
Yep, and I think it is about time for us to take a little bit of a bathroom break and an ad break here in this race. Also rest the voice just a little bit and go get some water.
Man,
but yes,
music to my ears.
we will be back in just a couple of moments. For those of you who are in the stream, if you are subscribed to the Twitch, you'll be able to just enjoy the sound of the engines running on their own, and back very shortly. we are back from a slightly prolonged bathroom break, to say the least. While we were gone, there were a few penalties that were handed out. We're going to go over right quick. There was a 15-second time penalty handed to the 962 car of Nomad, along with penalty points added to that too. I do believe that's 2 for a 15-second penalty. And then there was a 10-second time penalty awarded to the 13 car for spinning and causing damage in both incidents. In that case, 2 penalties were awarded to those cars, and then of course we still have a 30-second penalty remaining on the 763. And of course, we just saw Nomad come in perform a pit stop. I believe that they just wanted to get that time out of the way as soon as possible. Very interesting choice to do it that way. I wish that they changed the way that you went through the grid with clicking arrow keys. I wish that it just went by position rather than by where the car sits on the racetrack.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, we are. Penalties are being awarded, to say the least.
Yeah, those will. That's as we were sort of commenting on some of the people who were like taking this slow, hiding behind people. Notably, Gomez, I think, was one of the guys I was sort of talking about. It's like I at some point maybe it's better to do that and not pick up the penalties, and then just wait for the person to spontaneously combust in front of you, which eventually worked out for him as a strategy. Sometimes that is the best approach.
Definitely, it varies on the situation, it varies on the driver, and it varies on the car. Because in some cases, if you follow and you wait on them to make a mistake, well, then you'll end up getting caught up in their mistake, and obviously that's not any good.
That is that is very true.
So it's definitely one of those things where you obviously want to get by, but you want to do it smart and conservative, because you don't want to get caught up in another person's problems or create problems by trying to get past someone too fast.
Yeah. It's all about waiting for the right moment. So no pit stops while we were gone. I'm just going to point that out. But we're getting very close to the point where you could make a pit stop.
Well, I mean, again, we did see the 962 come in and try to get that time off, and they did perform a pit stop there. So obviously, and actually, as you're talking, the 22 is on the pit lane from second position in the McLaren.
There we go. Begins.
I mean, it is a 2-stop race, and if you're stopping here and then you stop again that makes it a 3-stop race. You stop here, stop again at the 2-hour mark, stop again at the 1-hour mark. That's a 3-stop race. Where I do know that there are a lot of teams that are trying to make this a 2-stop race. So if you're trying to make it a 2-stop race, then I think your goal is obviously to make it another 20 minutes from here to try to cut out that extra pit stop. As in comes the 52 Nissan as well. So teams opting to go for the 1-hour mark as their pit window and make this a nice even cut 3-stop race.
Yeah. Tire wear, very difficult to manage here. Yannick Rombach, though, has been very impressive, running 135s even late into this tire stint. But most everyone else is falling off into the 137s, 138s.
Now
so
in
fresh
comes the
tires will be worth a
16,
lot.
not to jump into you, but the DSRT Pro Sim Rig car has now pulled their way in. So that's 2 of the 3 DSRT cars finding their way into the pit lane. Now we gotta wait on the other one to find their way. I do believe there's 3 today. But yes, so there are a couple of DSRT cars sitting on the pit lane. So both of them obviously going for that same, let's set the 1-hour mark 3-stop strategy. 16's taking an awful long time to get rolling. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, the 52 is taking a little bit to get rolling, but no, it's not too terribly long. But it was an extended pit stop there for the 52 car.
Yeah. Probably some damage to repair. Probably felt it was worth getting it fixed. Coming out in 10th. That's kind of around where they've been running, though. Modrak might get around them, but Modrak is yet to pit.
Well, they did pit early on
Oh, that is true. You are right. They did pit very early.
to repair that damage, so it's actually been a pretty decent recovery drive from them, all things considered. I mean, as we saw earlier, they were setting really good pace. I mean, they were setting pace to be third place on the racetrack for many
Yeah.
laps on. So, I mean, good pace set there. As in comes 3 more cars onto the pit lane. The 69 Ferrari comes in out of 4th place. The 991 Lexus in from 6th, and the 993 Aston Martin coming in out of 7th.
And
So 3 more cars onto the pit lane.
yeah, here's some context for you. So Yannick Rombach, his last lap was a 135.156. That is comparable to around the best laps of some people. That's him on, an hour-old tires. So he's really set up that Bentley well for himself to preserve the tire life.
Yeah, that team is always the definition of consistency and precision within our races. They very rarely seem to come across problems and issues. I want to go with a little bit of a stationary cam for the fun of it right now. Trying to watch people as maybe they start to perform their pit stops and bring their way in. A little bit of a different look on the race.
Stationary cam.
But yeah, that team, the typically the number 107, but obviously they're 108 right now due to driver issues. They're typically always just right on the mark of precision. So you can see they're coming to lap the 992, which is currently the car in 14. 2 laps down at the moment. Big old gap of cars here, but behind them, so it's, they have this just massive buffer right now, especially when they have not pit, and we know that Bentley can go longer than everyone else on the field, so to have both the pace and the fuel economy that they have is very spectacular.
Yeah, that's something. Got to think of cars like the 22 Andrew Shaw's
In comes the other DSRT car. I knew there was 3 of them. In comes the other one onto the pit lane now. In the Bentley, surprisingly, out of P2 coming in just a little bit early. I'm surprised that they're trying to not stretch that Bentley out as long as it can go.
Probably looking for an undercut to try and make up some time. I don't know.
Yeah, obviously it must feel comfortable with the number. I wonder if they still think it's a 2-stop in that sense of 1 stop from here. So if they can get 90 minutes out of that car and they feel comfortable in that, then I think that it can work. As in comes the 515 out of P4 now onto the pit lane.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, though, is we see the McLaren of Shaw's McLaren, the number 22. They've already pit. And a lot of the cars they were racing around were Bentleys who might go long. So that will be an interesting strategy battle for the podium positions right now. How that will all shake out. Right now, Yvonne Vandenberg, she's been promoted up to 2nd. We'll see how she filters out after she does her pit stop. She's running 136s right now. Controversially, some of the people she pitted with, see what their times end up being when they come out. See if the times come back down. Number 69 Ferrari, Carlito behind the wheel of that car now. They've pit, and they're running 135.8. So that's something to consider now. Because if you're Yvonne Vandenberg, you do want to go long, but you are losing about a second a lap by staying out. Even Yannick Rombach is a bit slower than the people who've pit already, about half a second. He has the gap to burn it, but Yvonne Vandenberg, you got to consider, or the entire team she's with, you have to consider that you might be losing track position. Well, you definitely are losing track position staying out. So the strategy battle, very interesting right now. see our lone Lexus in the pits, the 991.
It is the lone Lexus in the race. That's a fair shout. I thought that we had a couple more. Lexus is normally a popular choice in these races, so it is kind of a surprise there to see that car be well, not chosen here. Again, I think it just shows the power of the mid-engine car around a track like Misano here, and just how much that people really felt the need to switch over to it. But obviously, there's a ton of Aston Martins in this grid as well, so it is not just a mid-engine fight. That's a lap position. As I say, it looks like there's a fight happening up top, but it is for being able to put a lap down, so nothing too spectacular to pay attention to. However, it is worth pointing out here, through the pit cycle, the 22 has bridged out an even larger gap up in P3 at the moment over the 7 car, who did perform a driver swap, but now the gap is even larger. It's an entire sector at this current moment. Let's see, whenever they come along, 32 seconds is the gap between 3rd and 4th, which will effectively be 2nd and 3rd once we do see Yvonne Vanderberg perform her pit stop very soon.
Yeah, right now Shaw is the leader of the cars that have pit. Number 22 McLaren. And he, wow, and he's really putting in some good laps right now. Starting to, we'll see what it ends up being like after the pit cycle's all done. Rombach's got quite a lot of time in hand, but he's almost losing a second a lap right now out there on track. So that's going to help Shaw quite a lot. At least, woof, he's trying to get around the 360 Aston Martin. Going to lap down. Somebody's in the waiting room, apparently. Word on the street.
Yes, let's go ahead and pull them in. That is Ruben. Welcome on in, Ruben, if you are still there at the moment.
Yeah, I'm here.
Bring the volume up just a little bit. Welcome in. What is going on with your guys' race so far?
Well, we had a we had a very good start. So with a bit of luck from the cars in front of us, so we jumped them both, and then I just tried to drive like rock solid, like Cracker said, tried to drive the most, knock the laps down. That's what happened, and I well, surprisingly didn't have any problems with my tires, so I could keep my pace quite good high till the end of my stint. And now Thijs is driving, so hopefully he'll do the same.
Hopefully, hopefully, you guys are able to keep up the pace that you were setting there during your first stint, which was quite impressive, and can keep that car going up the grid, trying to get as best of a position as possible.
Yeah, that's weird. We started P5. Well, I didn't expect us to move into P3 at the start. If that's what we can get from now on, that's where we will go for it, and try to make, if possible, go for P3, and otherwise P4. We'll be very happy with that, because I think the pace is there for P4. So that's what we're aiming at now.
Yeah, with the way that these grids normally turn out, anybody in the top 5 is definitely having themselves a really good result and a really good day, because I mean, the top 5 is typically just really quick cars. Once you kind of get down the grid, you obviously can get down to the slower people, but there's always those 5 that are just on a different level from everyone else. So
yeah.
Anytime that you can put yourself in that top 5 on a grid, definitely is impressive and a very good result, and nothing to ever be sad about, you know.
Yeah.
So how have you been finding the tire wear out there today?
Well, after like 30 minutes, there's always a small first drop-off, but this time I didn't really seem to notice it, so I could like keep my pace at least a bit close to the pace I drove from the start on. But
Okay.
after like 45 minutes, I saw the cars behind me, like Van den Berg and the Ferrari, I don't know his name, really started to struggle with their pace. They dropped down like more than 10 seconds, but I didn't have any problem with that. So.
Oh, there you go. What is it? Is your driving genius or is the car setup?
Normally I'm not really good with tires, so I'd say it's the setup.
Well, good to hear it's going in the right direction for you today. Good luck out there, man.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. So I'll talk to you guys probably somewhere around after the race. And
The booth is obviously always open. And for anyone who is watching the race and did not know, you guys can always come join into the commentators booth with us. Just jump into the waiting room channel on the Discord. You can always come in, come hang out, and give us a little bit of insight as to what's happening on the racetrack. Because obviously we're always just guessing up here, so every little bit of information and anything anyone wants to say is always appreciated. But also, I think we appreciate being able to rest our voices sometimes.
Very true.
So we appreciate you hopping in, Ruben, and
Yeah.
good luck to your guys' team for the rest of this race, and hopefully you can go and continue on the that top 5 pace like you guys are setting right now.
I hope so. That's where we're aiming for right now, so that's the thing we're going to do.
See you around, man. Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, no problem.
So, as he was here, an interesting note, the 991 Lexus had another pit stop, and I think they did a driver swap. So that's bumped them a bit down the order. And the number 993 Aston had a spin, and that has had them fall down the order a bit. And that's seriously seems to have hurt the tires, because they are going a lot slower now since that spin. Dimitri is doing 138s now, so I think he's already hurt those boots. Some interesting changes, actually, just in general. I'm wondering if the track conditions are just getting worse, because you're not getting the undercut I was sort of expecting the fresh tires to give everyone.
We have seen the track cool down 36 degrees here, and obviously we've seen more rubber applied, so I wonder if the track's getting a little bit grippier as well, which, as you were mentioning, it could be helping out those cars with the older tires. But also, I mean, the endurance Pirellis that are on these cars are designed to be double stinted, so it obviously isn't going to be hurting it too much, really, over the course of a stint. I mean, I think that at most you're maybe losing 7/10 in a lap at the most. These tires are typically pretty good throughout one stint. Only once you try to double stint them is where the problem arises, which is something we hope to have for our next race. And I'm going to go ahead and let a little bit of information out here. So our next race, which is currently can be found on our website at www.grg esports.com. If you go to the calendar tab, you can see all of our future races for the next 3 months, the next 12 weeks. And if you go in there, for next month, we are hosting a 9 Hours of Spa. And for that race, we are hoping, or at least planning, to limit the tire sets to 6. So you will have to double stint at a couple of points throughout the race to be able to account for that. And so that's something that we're hoping to add, make a little bit of strategy, a little bit of fun into the race, as well as have it be a really fun 9-hour race. Obviously, it's been a while since we've hosted our last really big race. The last time we hosted one would have been the 6 hours of Nürburgring just a couple months ago. But then really our last full endurance race where we needed 4 drivers per car would have been back to the 12 hours of Imola last December. So we're kind of hoping to be able to run those type of races at least twice per year. And this is us trying to get our first one done for 2021. By having slow the 16 car on the front straightaway. Wonder if maybe they're just pulling out of the way for the leaders. would be my guess there, because that was the 108 coming through. And maybe they're just being extra courteous, but that car heavily slowed down going down the front straightaway. Looked very, very out of place.
Yeah, he was right on the back of the 993, and then he just got off the gas. I was like, run out of fuel? It's an interesting decision there. Doing the Formula 1 blue flag move, I suppose. And a penalty for the 199 car. I wonder what that was about. One of the McLarens.
See, let's go check up in race control, see what has been reported. There was a 5-second penalty to the 119 for overtaking outside of the racetrack 4 wheels on the inside of the track entirely, causing a collision. So that would have been just a slight amount of contact. I mentioned nothing too dramatic. Otherwise, that penalty would have been larger. However, an off the track wreck would cause that. So
there you go. Somebody screwed up. Other fun notes. Andrew Shaw, fastest guy on the track right now. It's faster than the car in front, Yvonne Vandenberg, by more than a second, but a second and a half a lap. That gap is coming down. It's within the, well, you would expect it. Shaw was running second before the pit stop, so once Vandenberg does come in, suggesting Vandenberg, it's going to be way too far. So yeah, I don't know what the plan is. Definitely going to need to pit twice in this race no matter what.
Other interesting little note here. The 991 car had a problem with the pedals malfunctioning, which is why that car had to come back into the pit lane to perform that driver swap. Was a malfunction pedal effect.
I'll do it.
So hopefully they can get that figured out and try to get their driver back out there. But if not, then that would mean that they'll have one of their drivers not meet the required time. We will obviously give some leeway on it if there is ground as to provable ground as to why it is not working. Whenever you have those incidents like that of either mechanical issues or the in-game issues, we will tend to be a bit lighter on things such as the minimum drive time and let some things slide. So again, like for example, with the leading 108 car, they could not perform a driver swap. However, due to it being an in-game issue, something that really we don't have any control over, they don't have any control over, like that. It's something that just happened. Then they will be able to have Yannick be able to run that full length of the race in this situation.
Fair deal. See the number 763 Aston Martin. I think that's their third pit stop. Although the first one was quite early into the race. Cold brakes goes wide, but yeah, 763. That will put them out in 13th. Good gaps all around them right now. Closest battle on the track is still between Miok and Dimitri in the 993. Another mid-engine versus front-engine battle. Have another car on the pits. That's Rombach, the leader.
And they come, so they're trying to hit that mark in which I mentioned of 80 minutes. You can split that race into 3 segments of 80 minutes and be able to bring that car home. I do believe is their hope, because their next pit stop now will come with 1 hour 20 minutes remaining, and then they would then run an additional 1 hour 20 minutes to the end. So that I do believe that would be their hope, is to run that same time that they just ran here once again back home. In comes the 119 as well in the McLaren, so they're coming back in for another stop. That was the first car that we saw hit the pit lane about 40 minutes ago. So interesting to see them performing yet another 40-minute stop here, or stint, I should say. Do wonder if they are trying to break it up into appears to be a 4-stop race then, as off goes the 515 who we're currently watching going around the racetrack.
Yeah. That is an interesting strategy choice.
You said Yannick came into the pit lane up front?
Yeah, she's exiting now.
Oh, yeah. No, Yvonne came into the pit lane. Okay.
Yeah, Yvonne. Sorry, Yvonne. Yes.
Okay,
sorry,
okay, yeah, I was about to say, yeah, Yannick is still running through Sector 3 at the moment. But surely he will also be coming into the pit lane very soon.
So put Yvonne out into.
If not, actually, yeah, and all right, yeah, he has already pit. Okay. They did pick because they were able to perform a driver swap. Look at that. We have Stefan Kui in the car now. So they were able to perform a driver swap here that last time around. And Yvonne also did come in. This game does need to have a little bit better UI for displaying, remember, where pit stops are happened in history of the race, I think, is something that would be fantastic. Just something of showing whenever the pit last happened.
Yeah, I have that on the race sync, but it's yeah, I wish that was something on the in-game UI. That would be very useful. Yeah. So, Sophie Aronwin in the number 14 now. She'll carry on the fight, see where she settles in. She's been put in a pretty competitive position. Some good gaps. Lots of time to 5th with Carlito. So we'll see where she settles into the race. But yeah, they both hit that fuel number. Both of those leading Bentleys, or two of the leading Bentleys. The number 7 hit a bit earlier, along with most of the other cars.
I'm glad for the sake of Yannick that they were able to get that resolved with the driver swap, and we're able to put Stefan into the car now. Because 4 hours, I mean, it's doable for some, but that is a long time in the car as one person running a stint. So I would hate to be in that position to have to go run 4 hours, especially trying to go and win a race after running 4 hours. But it's worth noting the time that Shaw gained is immense. They gained at least 15 seconds there between the pit cycles. So that undercut of the McLaren does work. The question becomes, how much is that worth, and can they still make it with performing the same amount of pit stops as that 108 car? Because if they can somehow manage to perform like the same pit stop number, then they may have a real challenge here for the win. McLaren seems to be showing much more pace than the Bentley with the current track conditions as it continues to cool off, worth noting.
Yeah, especially if that we'll have to see what Stefan Kui's times are like, but man, I think the McLaren team might have pulled a blinder here. Andrew Shaw's team there. I think they might have pulled a blinder in this one. That was sort of something I was wondering about the whole time I was looking at the lap times. Was like, you can go longer on fuel, but this is a track where tire wear can be so aggressive that you will start losing time ham over fist. The people on fresh tires, they kind of were committed to the strategy. They ran it. We'll see what happens now. Yeah. Man, the strategy game, always interesting at GRG.
It is one of the things as to why we like to remove the stint timers. It's a very common thing in ACC to have the stint timer, because obviously that's what they run in real life. In real life, you have a 65-minute stint timer. That is the maximum you are allowed to run. Problem with that, well, it's a 65-minute stint timer. Every car can reach 65 minutes. It removes any play of strategy. Everyone pits at the same time, every time, which is fun to an extent if you have a competitive grid. If everyone's with each other and you have a grid where everyone stays grouped, then that allows the racing to stay close and allows it to stay interesting. It removes that strategy of everyone trying to get segregated. But in races in which people are going to spread out and you're not going to have that really tight grid like what you get in real life often, being able to remove that stint timer and allow people to make up time in other ways is lots and lots of fun to watch and figure out from a commentary's perspective here. I think it makes it much more of an entertaining race, as well as it adds another dynamic for the drivers to have to think about constantly. It really makes there need to be, two drivers there at all times. You have your strategist and your driver, because it's a lot to think about over the course of a long race.
That is true. Right now, that battle for 9th and 10th slowly in a second of each other now.
Car 991 is retiring from the race due to a transmission issue, they're saying.
That's interesting.
Um,
Never seen that happen before.
unless if they are referring to pedal issues, but a lack of drive is currently.
That is interesting. Or maybe the shifter on the actual wheel's not working. I don't know. That's interesting. That's a 5-second penalty for second place. That's interesting. I wonder what the source of that was. That could be decisive.
Incident with the 763 causing a collision was the ruling of it. So there was a report of contact with them where the 22 was saying that it was unpredictable movement by the car they were lapping. The car in which was being lapped had then appealed, saying that they had predictable movement and that they had signaled to one side and stayed to one side, in which has now obviously been looked at and reviewed by the stewards to declare that it was on the 22 car, the lapping car's fault. Obviously not dramatic amount of damage, otherwise it would have been a drive-through penalty, but it was still enough contact to have warranted a penalty.
And as we say this, Stefan Cui has found the loud pedal. He's starting to put low 135s in. Now the fastest guy on track. That Bentley, it looked vulnerable for a moment, but everything seems to be falling back into their hands. All working out for our leading car. Sort of the tough thing about a 4-hour race. Feels very long. It is long in many ways, but when you have competitive cars racing against each other, small mistakes can be way more decisive than in a 6, 9, or 12-hour race.
Yeah, I mean, 4 hours is kind of a deceiving amount of time because it both is short and long at the same time. It's kind of one of those moments where, like, for the first 2 hours, it feels like it's like, oh my god, I have 2 hours still, But then you get to that point where it's the 4-hour mark, and it's like, man, that went by so fast, I wish I still had 4 more hours to go. Because you're finally starting to get in that groove, and that's why it's kind of that fun but awkward time for everyone, but also it fits into a really good time window for everyone to where we can run these on a Saturday evening in the UK, but also on a Saturday afternoon in the US, or a Saturday night in the Middle East and Asia, or even Sunday morning if you go all the way out into Australia and Japan. And so to be able to have that kind of variety of a times off is the 22 car. They are off the racetrack right now. I'm trying to find where. Deep into the gravel trap. Off of the second to last corner, trying to get themselves figured out. Back onto the racetrack they come, trying to get now back to the pit lane. No damage, I guess. Car is rolling. They were deep into the gravel trap there. That's going to have some major implications, obviously taking them basically just out of any chance for the battle for that lead.
Yeah. I wonder if they're just pushing too hard, trying to make up that time. Because Stefan Cui has been putting in some really banger laps, but I guess it perhaps went beyond the limits of what that McLaren is set up for right now in the age of its tires.
Yeah, now that's going to help pull the 7 and 14 Bentleys in, and depending on the way the pit strategy goes, if that 22 still does have to perform 2 more pit stops to get to the end, we could very well see a Bodium, yeah, there we go. That's all. A Bodium, a Bentley 1, 2, 3, up front as through goes the 360 on the 515 side by side. They're coming up out of the corner. A little bit of argy-bargy there, running them out of room. We're going to keep it done. Pretty clean move for the most part there. Just a little bit of contact, letting them know that they wanted that spot just a little bit more than they did, obviously. Now back down the back straightaway, where now we're going to have to see that McLaren once again get into the balance of following an Aston Martin, something that they've been much used to during the course of this race and hasn't been very good at. That McLaren doesn't seem to like following, but maybe they can go get something done here.
Yeah. Radu, someone who is new to GRG, first race, well, 360's first race in general, I think, in GRG. I might be wrong. Yeah, not doing too bad in the lead of the two 360 cars right now, up into 7th now. See how things change when driver swaps come. That's always the challenging part. Never know what your teammate can do. You want to have lots of faith and confidence, but sometimes you you don't know. I think Pryor is an example of that. I think Pryor just got into that car after the pit stops.
Yes, I do believe so.
He's running 140s down from his teammates' 136s, so...
Yeah, it'll definitely take a few laps for him to really get in. I mean, obviously it's been probably at least 20 or 30 minutes now at this point, so you'd hope that you'd have that figured out by now, but maybe that with the dramatic change in temps with that 2x time that we were mentioning earlier, could be adding to that, the trickiness of the car. And obviously the hope is, and it should play in, that we get to a nighttime finish on the racetrack here. It'll be finishing just past 9 p.m. On the racetrack, I do believe. So we should have sunset and a nighttime finish here at Misano.
Very aesthetic. Yeah, that's a tough thing, especially with the 2x times, as you mentioned, is you can very easily say, well, the tires were good last stint, we won't change them, and then the next driver gets in and it's like the PSI is like a 26.5, guys, what did you do? So that can also happen.
Yep, could have been something on the setup.
Got to be proactive almost with the tire temps as you get into the evening. So it'll be what? It'll be almost, what is it right now? It's about 5 something in the game. I saw the time earlier and I completely lost
5:21 p.m. at the moment.
Yeah, there you go. So it'll be almost 6:30 by the time we're done this stint. Or around there, so you're going to be very much getting into the sunset around then. Track temps could easily be another 4 degrees colder. Got to chase those tire temps. It's a tough game. It's the mini game within ACC. Look at Reitza making not Reitza. Jeez, Reitza makes Automobilista. Kunos. Look at Kunos making 2 games in 1 for us.
Oh man.
The Portuguese naming and the Italian naming. Too close together, I think. I don't know. That is not true at all. Completely different sounding names.
I'm about to say, they don't even have, they share nothing. I don't like...
They both have S in it, and that might be it. Actually,
no,
this Reitza doesn't even have S in it.
Yeah, Reitza's a Z.
Wow.
They literally don't even share a single letter.
Oops. Battle for a last car running, by the way, between Andrews and Flatter.
Oh yeah, they're heading down the back straightaway right now towards turn 13, eh?
Yeah.
We're currently watching this fight still for P8 as the 16 Ferraris sneaking their way back up the grid, putting in some good laps here as Eric finally getting in the groove of that Ferrari. And I mean, it could be the same thing that we're seeing here with Rodrigo, is that it just takes a while to get in the groove, because Eric's been in the car now for 30 minutes, almost 40 minutes actually, and is just now finally starting to set pretty consistent lap times in comparison to where they were just 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
So definitely it seemed like as if right now is a very big transition period that's hard for the drivers getting in the car to get used to.
Gotta wonder if something happened to Pryor on the last lap. He did a 142.
I mean, we were watching. There wasn't anything too spectacular that happened. It's just the car is definitely off pace. I mean, you see how much of a gap the 360 has pushed here in the last, what 3 laps since that overtake happened? It's been 7 seconds. So Rodrigo's having a really, really hard time getting the pedal down and really getting that car underway.
Yeah. Just
could be, as you mentioned, a tire pressure issue. 16 looking to the inside here through turn 12. Fantastic move down into 13.
We got 2 cars around, actually.
That's the battle for last.
Oh no.
I'm trying to get over there to him. Come here, game. Oh my goodness, that was definitely contact of some sort between these two.
Yeah.
Sending them off the racetrack. I wish I had the ability to do the replay cam right now.
Yeah.
361 and 199. I'm curious to see what the Stewarts think happened there. Definitely a contact issue.
Yeah. That is unfortunate for Andrews and Flatter. Neither of them are too damaged. And talking about the number 7 360, 7th place 360 car, they have a drive-through. Must have picked up those track cuts. Not a great lap for the 360 team. But yeah, we're talking about how the red, a lot of these corners, it's very easy to go wide and pick up a track cut. Can add up very quickly here at Misano.
Yes, that drive-through is indeed for a track penalty, track limits penalty, because there was nothing reported by the race control. So that is something in which the game awarded, and so yes, that is track limits. And you know, this is a rough time to get in track limits penalties because we're only halfway through the race. So I mean, if you keep it at that pace, then that means, you know, you're going to get another one before the race is done. So the 7 car going all the way to the grass trying to get by here on the back straightaway. They a couple tires dipping into the grass in that big Bentley. I know it wants to go swimming, but that's what water's for, not grass.
SS Boatley Express. So yeah, we'll see. It's going to be very interesting to see. Let's look at. I'm just going to take a quick peek at the lap times.
What are the lap times currently between Shaw, Vanderhorn, and Arrowin?
So right now, of that group, Arrowin is the fastest. Slowly pulling into Vanderhorn. I think in 5 or 6 laps, you could see those two getting closer to each other.
Not to interrupt you here, but Rodrigo once again had another mistake of some sort because he's now another 7 seconds down the road from the 10 seconds even down the road from the 16 car, which he was just fighting with, and now has been overtaken by the 993.
Oh, he's on the grass.
And now is off the racetrack. Then McLaren not happy. Rodrigo unable to really get that car to sit well on the racetrack.
I think he's actually down to 10th now.
Yeah, he just got overtaken by the 992 as well. So that was a 3-position swing in the last 3 laps for that car.
Going to have to wonder if they're going to be talking to the team trying to figure out what's wrong. I don't know. That's a very dramatic fall off they're having. It's going to have Radu for company soon. He's just finished serving that drive-through. But yeah, up front. Wow, actually, I was talking about Arrowin being the fastest up front. She's got that down into 3 seconds now to Vanderhorn.
Yeah, that gap is closing, and it's closing quick. Obviously, we still have the 2 99 Racing Team cars in between them. The Aston Martins, the 992 and 993 in the way. Looking around the outside, possibly here in the final 2 corners. Not quite going to get it done. Now to the inside. The last turn, going to get that position done, overtaking that lap car. That's going to bridge the gap out a little bit, though. You know that Vanderhorn's more than happy to see lap cars in the way, losing a second out in that battle through Sector 3.
Yeah, lapped traffic can be quite decisive in a battle in an endurance race. Still got 2 hours, though, and about, so pace should come through in the end. getting very close now to our second round of pit stops for those who are pitting on the hour. Just under 20 minutes to go. Those who are splitting the race in half will probably be looking to get out of the car soon. If you're in the northern hemisphere, it's summer, it's hot, and the wear is certainly probably being felt.
Currently, the track temp is now down to 33 degrees. So, in the last 20 minutes, we've watched the track drop 6 Celsius.
Jeez.
Very much a dramatic shift here. Obviously, the 2 times time acceleration isn't helping that all that much, but that is definitely dramatic, even if you consider 6 degrees in an hour.
Yeah.
So the track is very unhappy here. And so yeah, these drivers are going to be going through a big adjustment period. You got to imagine that the tires are just overinflated to where they need to be.
Yeah. That's probably the case. And when it gets past another car, which carries her push to catch up to the podium positions. Been a really good stint on her end. Another battle that is going on. Still that battle between 8th, 9th, and 10th going on. I say 10th. 10th is actually a decent chunk behind now. So it's just between 8th and 9th. 7th, a decent chunk up the road, Miak. In that Ferrari.
Go on board here with the Aston.
Off the track goes Ladino. Trying to get around Miak, actually. Trying to unlap himself. All over the place. He gets by, though. Man, that was a bold move. Decisive. I wonder if anyone's going to complain about that. That's Fido
Getting
sends me
Facebook Messenger chats over there.
Nah, Fido trying to make me upgrade my cell phone plan. You see Miak now trying to look back on Ladino after that bold move earlier in the lap. He decides better of it. Yeah, sort of you got to imagine that 763 is kind of out of position right now. Definitely a car that could be further up the grid if it weren't for early race drama. Talking about liveries, that is definitely an interesting color combination, one you don't see a lot.
Car 763 is apologizing for the overly aggressive move on the 16 car. I do think I agree with that apology. Obviously, I didn't quite see the whole move happen there, but I think that's a good agreement. As now through goes the 360 on the 515.
Yep.
So I mean, again, Rodrigo just unhappy in that car. What is his lap times? He's got to be about 4 seconds off the pace at the current point.
Yeah, the last lap he did was a 1:43.8. And for context, the next slowest car is still 3 seconds faster. That's actually a lie. Lachlan Andrews is doing about the same pace. But yeah, the next slowest car around him, though, is doing a whole 3 seconds faster. And even then, that car, everyone is about 3 seconds faster still. The car doing 140s is the 16 of Miak. And then after that, most people are running 137s, save the leaders who are in the 135, 136 range. So yeah, it's quite a swing. That's like a, almost a 9, basically running in the wet pace right now. Not to be too harsh, but I think that's just the truth at this point. See, Lachlan Andrews goes off, just happened to be going through the field. Saw that.
Yeah, went straight through and turn 1 up there.
Yeah.
All that cut on the map, obviously not on the camera, but we saw that on the map. The map is definitely one of the best ways to keep track of the action. That's why I have it on the screen for those of you who are watching. Basically, you can pay attention to the track map and you can see kind of like whenever things are happening that I'm unable to capture on the camera. And that's kind of basically that's what I'm watching most of the time, is just watching that and waiting to see as things get close to each other, as the 22 car is looking to get by. I think that is Andrews right now. Andrew Shaw still chilling in that second position, has that 5-second penalty. Right now we're riding on board Vanderhoen, who's in third. The rain is here. That is the rain in which is surrounding where that tornadic storm was. So
Oh, jeez.
I am going to keep an eye on this, by the way, so apologies if the camera is not moving all that much. I'm going to be trying to keep an eye on the weather radar.
Yeah, staying alive comes first. So if you see the first of the
Hit counter and
stops-
cut count DLC. Yep. That's about
yeah.
how it would go.
First of the pit stops, about 10 minutes earlier than you'd like to go, but you got to imagine probably keeping track of tire wear and all those things. That's Rodrigo Pryor and Zamfir Radu in. Julian Brack's not running. What am I doing with my life?
A lot of 2 cars are not running.
Yeah. Yeah, first of the comers for the second set of boots, or third set of boots, I suppose. As I was saying a bit earlier than you'd probably like. See where they filter out. If there was any driver swaps, we'll probably find out soon. Yeah.
We should start to see within the next 10 minutes our second round of pit stops do begin. As you mentioned, Radu and Pryor are both in now, which I imagine that they had to have gotten Rodrigo out of that car. He just did not seem to really be fit, but he is going to have to come back in again because he's going to have to sit and hit that 60-minute mark, in which he has not met yet. So if he did get out of the car, then he will have to get back in. And if not, then he will remain in for this thing. Yeah, he did get out. Hugo Gomez in the car. So not an ideal stint there for that team, who just fell down the grid at least like 5 spots.
Yeah. And the Mantone in now for the 360 Aston Martin. See how he fares. Meanwhile, more towards the front, Aaron Wins brought that gap down within 3 seconds again towards Van der Horn. So traffic definitely playing a hand in that battle. Whoever fares better in the sea of cars probably going to win out more so than just, well, I think Aaron Wins faster on flat-out pace, at least at this juncture. The gap to Shaw, probably... Let's see, strategy-wise, Aaron Wins on the longer strategy, Van der Horn's on the pit on the hour strategy, or thereabouts. So Van der Horn's actually racing with Shaw, whereas Aaron Win, if she actually just keeps Van der Horn within her sights, she won't need to necessarily pass him on track, just because of how the strategies worked out. So that's something to consider in that battle. Come down the order. Yeah, there's a massive gap between them and the number 69 of Carlito. It's had a pretty quiet stint. We haven't talked about the number 69 Ferrari too much. As I say that, the number... What am I talking about? Really? Huh. My, there's a phantom car in my overlay right now.
Yeah?
There's a phantom number 13 car.
Oh, yes. That was a car that did start the race, but is now not racing due to... that was the car that had the driver swap issues.
Okay. I was going to say, I don't remember Martin Schaefer. I don't see Martin Schaefer there, but there you go. So the next car then is actually Jeremy Ponk. It's a decent gap behind the number 60. Yeah, that's the thing. The number 69 is just a very... Actually, that's a lie. Never mind. Tronk is relatively close, actually.
So we have a really close gap of 5 cars here on the racetrack, in which only 2 of them are racing for position, and they are separated with 2 lap cars in the way. The 2 team cars, the HSP / Solus cars, the 515 and 763 for 10th and 11th. They are near each other here on the racetrack, but in between them is the 16 car, which is 1 lap ahead, and the 14 car, which is 2 laps ahead, separating those 2. And then, of course, you have just up the road is Van der Horn in the DSRT car in P3. So kind of everyone wishes to have that reshuffled. I imagine that you have Eric, who wishes to just not be there because he has no one to fight. Then you have Hugo, who is making a move right now on Eric, trying to get through and work his way up. wishes that they would see Sophie get herself past Ladino in 763, so then we have the two fights near each other on the racetrack, on the same section of the racetrack, and all of them seem to be very similar lap times. Like, none of them seem to really be much faster than the other, which is why this is kind of a really interesting dynamic here, to see cars that are 2 laps down or 2 laps separated from each other be able to race right next to each other competitively.
Yeah. Everyone kind of running that mid 136 to 137 range in that pack. But yeah. Very much a few different battles going on in terms of strategy and on track in terms of pace. Gomez in that McLaren. He's got that car back up to full song. Back to doing 136s in that car, so he's flying. Putting a gap to Mantone in the 360 now.
Yeah, so I imagine that it wasn't the car that was really wrong. I mean, it could have been the tire pressures off, but I imagine it wasn't entirely the car. Rodrigo just seemed to really not be happy there. Rue is trying to go Hugo here. Not gonna really force the issue, but it will take advantage of Sophie sliding wide. Now we're gonna have these two cars who are fighting for 10th position right next to each other.
Yeah, Sophie lost 2 seconds actually in that section to Vanderhorn. And as I said, they're kind of running different strategies, so it's probably just being strategic and not trying to hold anyone up or fight anyone and lose damage to the car or lose track position, but lost her some time.
Oh, almost a little bit of a bumper there to the 515.
Yeah. Running through traffic. Oh, looks like she might get a good run here. Nope. Tucks in behind the McLaren. What's this going on?
Oh, that's a big off moment there for Sophie.
I missed that.
A little bit of a lockup, and right off the racetrack went the 14 Bentley. That's going to be some time loss. Following really, really closely with that McLaren, which makes a big aero wake. So maybe just overestimated the amount of grip that she would have, and the car just had a big overstep moment, and right off the racetrack it went. Nice job bundling it up and getting it back going, not losing a ton of time, only a couple seconds lost through that whole sequence. Could have been way worse, but right off the racetrack went that car. That looked like a fun moment.
Yeah, fun is an interesting word. I imagine it was a mix of getting the car onto the marbles, like trying to go a little bit too far wide, and then, as you said, the
Rue goes to 515 now on Ladino in 763, so position swap there for P10. Trying to regroup the positions that were just lost in the last stint.
So what position is points?
Points are scored by every position
Okay.
on the track. Basically every position on the track.
All right, there you go. Everybody's a winner. No, that's it's good.
No,
Keeps people running in the race.
Yeah, our official point system is essentially a scaled up version of the FIA system.
Okay.
In which is 35 points for first, 32 for second, 30 for third, 28 for fourth, 26 for fifth, and then it is 1 point for every position outside the top 5. So basically it rewards the top 5 the most. Everyone else, it's 1 position lower per position.
Got a close battle here.
Oh,
for
almost a
6th
dive
and
on the
7th.
inside of the 361 there, trying to get their lap on the 763. Almost ran them over. Not to interrupt, what's happening up the field?
Oh, Pronk and Carlito are side by side. I think Pronk just got through for 6th, and yeah, it looks like he's safely through now.
Yep, there it is. I was just watching that happening on the map. Missed that because we looked like we had almost a bit of contact. His in comes a 361 now, hitting the pit stall.
There you go. Machi Andrews, I imagine, will be happy to get out of that Aston Martin. It's a tough stint. Got through it, though. That's what matters. That battle carries on for 5th and 6th. That RJB sponsored Nissan.
It is
I
very
know
hard to
the
say.
alphabet.
It is very hard to say. We are so used to saying that RGB for,
Yeah.
computer lighting and such. So
Yeah.
hearing RJB is definitely hard to get out because you just want to replace the J with a G.
Yeah.
Especially because of the fact that they are similar sounding, per se. Still in on pit lane is the 361. A little bit of an extended pit stop there for that car.
Yeah, got to wonder if he missed the pit box maybe and had to get it lined up. A bunch of things can go on in the pit stops. Let's see who gets into that car. Still to play for some positions for whoever gets in, though. They're still racing Flatter and the McLaren. Just ahead, that's the 199. We get into the real next 5 minutes is where we're going to see a flurry of pit stops. And we'll see how far the likes of Aaron Wynn in the 14 Bentley and the 108 Bentley, we'll see how far they go. They're on the alternate strategy, you might say. Find the proper camera position.
Well, I'm trying to replicate the in-game onboards in which you can normally select this big lockup there for the 763, flying right through the corner.
Another drive-through penalty just picked up by Pronk in the Nissan. That will punch them down the order. After a really impressive move on Carlito, that has got to hurt. 2 hours left. Very hard to make up half a minute in 2 hours. So,
and this is a very long, low pit lane here at Misano because it goes all the way through turn 1, all the way to turn 3 before you can gauge the pit speed limiter. It's very, very long. It is longer than just the front straightaway. So
yeah.
It is one of the most annoying pit lanes to be running on, for sure.
Yeah, it's very penalizing. See where that puts the Nissan. That will probably promote Carlito. Well, probably will promote Carlito into the top 5. Probably give a few people a few positions. In that drive-through penalty, still holding over the number 22's head. See, Aiden Coleman takes over for the 361 car. Yeah, here we go. Getting into the back half of the race. We're halfway through here at Misano. And it's been dominated by the 108 Bentley. You can say that without being controversial in the slightest. Got a 46-second gap to second.
992 onto the pit lane here. Again, going for that 3-stop maneuver here. This is the second pit stop of their stint. Again, interesting to see that they are trying to make it a 3-stop race here because I mean, all the reports that I knew of was that this was going to be a 2-stop race. So interesting to see that 3-stop strategy, and I mean, it could work. I mean, we saw that Shaw gained a lot of time in that extra, that 20-30 minutes in which they had undercut. So I mean, undercutting by a full hour in a sense could benefit you a lot, but at the same time, you gotta wonder, is it benefit you an entire pit stop's worth of time?
Yeah,
it's not impossible. It's not impossible whatsoever.
Yeah, the tough thing is, it's much easier to extend a pit stop in a Bentley than it is in almost any other car. Certainly, like a Ferrari, which has quite a small fuel tank. It is the Ferrari's only 10 liters smaller than the Aston Martin, but 10 liters is like probably almost 4 laps, which is a decent chunk of time to try and make up. And then you put the Bentley, which has the biggest fuel tank, that's another 10 laps you can almost run. And if you move the fuel mode down one and lift and coast a bit in the Bentley, it's a much easier strategy pull. That's being said, as I said, we saw some McLarens do it at Barcelona, but the tough thing is the McLarens had to run so slow to make that work. It didn't end up helping. So I think that's why you're seeing believe Bentley's flirt with this extended pit. Well, I say flirt, commit to this extended pit stop, but you're not seeing any of the other teams flirt with trying to just run further because it's just so much harder to make the fuel work.
One thing that is surprising to me is the fact that we did not see any of the 2020 Mercedes make their way onto the grid here, because those cars see very similar fuel times to the Bentley. They can see that 75-minute mark no problem traditionally, just like the Bentley can. So it is kind of surprising to not see those cars on this grid, because it possibly could have made that 2-stop as well. And the Aston Martin, from what I understand, can also make it to that 75-minute mark, which is why it is surprising to me to see the Aston Martin cars coming in to make that 3-stop strategy, because I figured that they would have tried to extend that just a little bit more. As we're talking, the 16 is in on pit lane, the 69 is on pit lane, and the 22 is in on pit lane right now. So they're also finding their way in for the 3-stop strategy. And as we were talking there, 100 bits for the halfway mark of the race. Thank you very much, Cracker, for the 100 bits here on Twitch.
Yeah. Getting that support. But yeah, getting into the back half of the race now. Probably gonna see some driver swaps. Did Shaw start the race, or was he the second driver?
Shaw did indeed start the race. So if Shaw does remain in the car, which we will find out once they hit the first sector timing line, if Shaw did indeed remain in the car, then that would mean that we're going to see him run majority of this race, with Taylor coming in just for one stint.
Number 69 had a driver swap. Carluto's out for Blattman.
Nope, there we go. Taylor Williams is indeed in that 22 car now. So I imagine that they're probably going to run it with Taylor all the way to the end, but we could see Shaw possibly come back if they hit that 1 hour 55 mark in the race. So they'll have to extend the final stop just a little bit longer here. The final stint, I should say, just a little bit longer. But
if they want to do another driver swap, yeah.
If they do want to perform a driver swap. If not, they pretty much have freedom to do whatever they wish in the end.
Yeah. So we're getting into the... We're starting to see how the strategy is going to all fill out very soon. Right now, only one car in that hour mark pit cycle still out, and that's Tis Vanderhorn. We'll see if they go further, but they will need to... maybe they could make this car go to the end on fuel with one more stop. Very tough, though, to try and
in
pull
comes
that
the
strategy
963 onto the pit lane once again on their Aston Martin, making their way in for the 3-stop strategy.
Yep. Dimitri, I'll just say Dimitri. See where he filters out.
And along is coming Stefan Kui here, just about 6 seconds down the road from Sophie, which means that they are close to lapping the entire field.
Holy shoot.
Yes, they are about 10 seconds down from Vanderhorn. If I had to guess there, it's about 10 seconds. So we could see probably within the next 20 minutes prior to the pit stops that they could very much lap the entire field. This team always manages to put together a really good race, and obviously for this one they are lacking Simon Shepard, as they did figure out the driver swap for Stefan, but could not get Simon to get a driver swap done. So they were only running 2 drivers for this race, and so hopefully whenever they return back next month for that 9 hours of Spa, they all 3 of them are able to run.
Yeah, it's fortunately it was the 4-hour race and not like a 12-hour where that happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very fortunate that these are just 4-hour races, and that's always why I recommend to people to bring a backup driver per se. Have your 2 guys to race and then a third backup. That I would recommend the same thing for the next race with the 9 hour, is to bring 3 or 4 drivers and have another backup just always on hand. It's something that we do like with the eSport team, is that we'll have our 2 drivers per car in most races. Obviously we're running longer races, we have more, but we'll have our 2 drivers per car, and we'll have a third driver on hand who can hop in a couple of different cars in case there's a problem. Obviously with ACC that's not so easy, but there is no penalty to signing someone up and then having them not race, right? So if you sign up with 3 drivers in the car and then only 2 of them run, there is no penalty for that, as long as it's known that the 3rd driver is only a backup, or it's known that there was a problem in this case. If you do sign up with 3, and then the 3rd one doesn't run just to not run, then obviously they're not meeting that minimum requirement. But
Yeah.
I can sit in the back next time. That'll add some weight. I mean, it is very much possible for us to add a weight balance just to this car, and I mean, it's something that we have considered is a winner's ballast. That would be kind of interesting. Is that for every win that you get an extra, I think 5 kilogram is what we were gonna say for every win. So if you win 6 of them, you have 30 kilogram added. But we ultimately decided that just isn't really fair or fun, but could be interesting.
Yeah. Something to consider. I don't know. Seems like a more of a touring car thing, but
10-man lineup. As long as it's clear that all 10 of them are backups, or 9 of the 10 of them are backups, that's fine.
But a close battle for 8th and 9th. Just the tail end of the top 10 has been so competitive this race. The battle between Burek, Fedunin, and Nomad is back in the 992 Ferrari, or sorry, Aston Martin. So see how he carries on against some fresh faces.
I'm going to go back on board here with the 14 car looking over the rear window because I want to watch as the 108 catches up and laps them.
To note about those 2 cars, it looks like Vanderhorn, he did 10 laps further than most everyone else who was on that strategy. So we'll see where he filters out. Because Erwin and Kui both pit on the same lap. That was lap 50. We're on lap 79. So we should see, if Vanderhorn's running what they did last time, we should see them in next time by. We'll see if they're trying to extend the strategy.
I mean, at this point, I think that they have to be committed to 2 more stops to the end. I don't think that you could really make it to the end because they pit like we mentioned right about here, so they're gonna have to get this car to go for another half hour to get it to the end. And I just don't know if you can quite get that. That's pushing that hour 30, hour 40 mark, which isn't impossible, but you really gotta be pulling out some fuel saving, which I don't know if they've quite been able to pull that off. Because that's a lot of fuel saving. As far as I know with ACC, it's based off of your throttle map. The more throttle you're pushing, the more fuel it uses, no matter what. And so I doubt that it's really, really hard to save fuel in this game is basically what I'm saying. So I doubt that they've really been able to pull that together and save that fuel like that.
So then we're back to my age-old conversation here. If they have to do that, Taylor Williams is going significantly faster than Vanderhorn is right now in the 22. We're talking about over a second faster a lap. It's a 40-second gap between the 2 of them, but the pit stops are quite long here. I think
it's 30 seconds of sitting still just to change the tires. Refueling obviously coincides with the tires, so it's a 30-second pit stop sitting still. And then you factor in, I believe it's another 40 seconds down the pit lane. So, I mean, currently the gap is about equivalent of a drive-through for Vanderhorn. That does not include the 30 seconds. So I would expect, if they were to come in within the next 5 minutes, that we will see about a 30-second gap between those 2.
Yeah, it's so the best time anyone's done in the pits was actually Sophie Ehrenwin. She was in the pits for 1 minute and 14 seconds. That's the time lost by pitting.
Yeah, so yeah, right exactly at that 40 seconds down the pit lane.
Yeah.
And 30 seconds sitting still, plus then the couple seconds for the game to adjust you into your stall that it likes to do. It'll jack you up, move you, set you down, re-jack you up, set you down, re-jack you up.
Yeah.
I did figure out that someone had mentioned it in one of our series races that there is a way to expedite that process. And it's if you shut the engine off as you're driving down the pit lane. Basically, as soon as you push the brake to slow down for your pit stall, shut the engine off, and you let it roll into the stall, and whenever you stop, it'll just jack you up and go. The problem that it has is that it's trying to shut the car off to start refueling, and that's what causes that drop in rejack. So if you shut the car off, here they come in, as we were just expecting, Vanderhorn onto the pit lane. Definitely committing to performing one more stop to the end. You cannot make it an hour 50 to the end of this race.
Yeah.
They're just there's no way. And if they somehow do pull that off, I mean, just absolutely they earn my respect on that. But I don't feel like that's possible.
And even if they did it, they'd probably lose so much time saving fuel, it wouldn't have been worth it. As long as the pit stops are here. Maybe, you never know, I guess. Actually, pit stops are quite long here.
So the battle to watch here is going to be, where is the 22 cars coming out in the final corner now? And I mean, still on the jocks is the 7. So
yep, that's going to be a massive gap.
there it goes by, and now we watch, still sitting still.
Wow, they're going to be tumbling down the order.
No rolling yet. The 69, I don't think is going to get it. The top 4 just in the league of their own today.
Yeah.
I mean, the 69 was a lot down to them. And there you go. Now rolling is the 7 car. So I'm curious to see what this gap is going to be.
They're going to be fighting for 7th on the exit. Probably, yeah, it's where around 8th will even be. Yeah, they're going to be fighting for 7th, for sure.
No, they're going to remain 4th because they have a lap gap over the 69. So...
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind.
Yep, they had a lap gap over the 69. So, but I mean, you can see here it's an entire sector. They're going to be crossing here. We'll see what the timing screen shows that they crossed the sector 1 time. There we go, 31 seconds, right about where I guessed it would be, with that split time between the 22 and the 7 now. So, huge gap. I doubt you're going to be able to put 30 seconds plus by performing that extra stop. I don't think that you can reel in that much time.
Yeah.
So definitely huge advantage right now to the 22, but of course they still also do have to perform one more stop.
Yeah.
As well.
So
but
it really seems it's the battles in the 108 and 014's court.
Now, it could play in where we're seeing the 7 go for an underfuel. So you pull in, don't change tires in the final stop, and fill up the car only halfway. Basically, run it out of gas now, and then fill it up only halfway. Or also, you get this stint to only go about 30 minutes, and then come in, fill the car all the way up, because then you only got to run that hour 15 to the end, which is no problem in the Bentley on a full tank. So that could be a strategy where you try to cut 20 seconds out on the pit stop. But I'm not sure that's worth it. But it could be what their strategy call is to not change tires here.
While that happened, Puig got by Aaron Wynn there. So the 108 has lapped the field.
Wow. That is definitely a heck of... Oh, I went the wrong way. A heck of a drive here for this car. I mean, they've done this before, and they'll do it again, I'm sure. They always show up with just tons and tons of pace.
Yep. There you go.
All right, with 1 hour, 44 minutes remain, I do believe we're going to go to another breather, go to the bathroom, and catch your breath. I'm going to go check on the weather radar and see what's happening outside, because from what I see, it's not too great of a storm coming by me. So hopefully I want to go check and see and make sure that I will be safe to sit here for the next 2 hours.
Fair deal. All right.
So yeah, we will be cutting away, and we'll see y'all in just a moment. And we return with a battle on the racetrack here between Marcel Blattman and Jeremy Pronk here in the 52, in the 69 Ferrari ESRT car. I mean, these two have been near each other the whole day. I mean, these guys have basically been the best of the rest, if you will, because obviously the top four have a lap lead on everyone. So these guys have been the best of the rest. Just literally all day. They've been in these positions just grinding away at it. Obviously, there was the 515 up here for a little bit with them, and this position was at one point for the 8th through 11th spot, but with time, it's slowly just been getting up and up and up position by position as everyone else keeps on making mistakes. And obviously, we're down to 13 cars on the grid here. We started off with 20, so you know, we've had cars be DNFing issues and other problems, so down to just 13 cars running, and we hope to be able to see all 13 of these cars make it to the end after 4 hours of racing. Still 1.5 hours remaining, 90 full minutes left. We do hope to see this one be a good finish. The blue that is on this car does look really as we were mentioning earlier, I love blue on race cars, and orange looks really good with blue as well, and orange looks good on race cars as well. So like, I really like the way this car looks, where it's kind of this fading in satin metallic blue with the bold matte orange stripe. It looks really good. Battle on the racetrack here. Just it's by far the closest bit of action, and this is been where it's been all day. I mean, these cars have been the focal point of action for the entirety of this race. So still don't know which button it is that will give me the official onboards. It's one of the buttons, one of them for sure, but I don't know which one it is. I don't want to start pushing random buttons and accidentally have like the game force close or something. That wouldn't be all that fun. We also have the 99 Racing Team teammates battling at 8th and 9th at the moment. So hopefully they get a little bit closer for us to have some action on the racetrack. Yes, 7 p.m. in-game time. Lights should turn on. So let me give a message to everyone here.
Okay.
Welcome back there, Christian. We are live.
Oh, wow. This was not the voice I was anticipating. Oh, that's what's going on. Okay, I was like, something's wrong. It's because my game crashed while I was gone.
Oof.
That's why my audio was messed up. I'm like, what is going on? Why is everything so messed up? That's why. I'll get back in the server. Here we go.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm using to change between cars, but there are like onboard cameras that exist where it's like there's one that looks over the rear wing, there's one that is directly on like the rear bumper of the car, and there's one that looks out the windshield similar to what I'm using right now, and then there's one where like it's kind of back here inside the cockpit. That you can cycle between, and then you got ones that are one up here like this, and then one that's down here like this, that are all onboard cameras that you can actually use in the game. But I don't know how to access them without the menu that lets you just access them.
Hmm.
So, for now, the F7 key and free cam works well enough.
There you go. You got a salad. That's why it took so long. I'm very sorry.
Salad sounds great right now, not gonna lie.
I got weak. I like how to say I got weak, so I made myself a salad. I don't know if many people would relate with that.
Weak?
Weak.
Yes.
I broke down and made myself a salad. Man, the unfortunate thing about that happening is I've lost access to my racing data.
Oof.
Actually,
No
is
more
it
lap
still-
times, no more last pit stops.
It might have actually Okay, race sync stayed synced to the server.
Oh, nice.
Even though my game crashed. I don't know how it did that, but
5 and 199 are both on the pit lane right now.
yeah.
5 is a
That
change
is-
of number, correct? I feel like that's not the right number. Like, that was the 361, correct?
Yeah, and on race sync it's still the 361.
Okay, so that was some sort of disconnect and reconnect situation, in which
imagine.
it has reset the laps for that car. So, unfortunately, they won't be able to continue on, really.
Hmm.
199 is on pit lane. I'm assuming that this is for their standardized stop, because they seem to be running this kind of off strategy 40-minute stints. So they probably still have one more stop to the end, which is going to be interesting. They will have to be running that fourth set of tire for sure.
Very rough
F1.
on fuel to the end for them.
Oh yeah, see, F1 does these cameras. It does the like cockpit cameras. It doesn't do onboard cameras.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain. But yeah, there's actual like just broadcast cameras.
Yeah. And you said the broadcast thing was uninstalled itself.
This was the closest battle on the racetrack for a bit, but the 52 car is now just driven away from the 69 ever since we came over to watch. So now we're going to go and watch the 963 try to reel in his teammate here, Alexander, trying to catch his way up on also Alexander. All right, I thought I was reading it wrong, but no, Alexander Nomad and Alexander. Sorry, I'm not gonna pronounce the last name. I'm gonna butcher it. I know I'm gonna butcher it. I don't want to butcher it, so I'm not gonna try. I feel
What
really
happens when
bad.
you have a Canuck and a Yank doing the commentary? They see these European names and just say, "Nope, not doing that one." Yeah, I thought someone else was. Oh, I guess they ended up doing stewarding. I thought someone else was going to end up joining the commentary or something like that. I now realize. They're stewing. So yeah, in terms of lap times, regarding this battle at least that we're watching, very close actually. Basically, everyone from 10th to 8th, basically running within a few tenths of each other. So that one will probably be close to the end if it stays as such.
Just barely getting in front there. The 962 going by on the 360 car, putting one more lap down than he already was. Really gonna have to be trying to push hard here though to get it any further.
Yeah. The car has got around the 199 with 360 car. For what it is worth.
Do as the bot is saying in chat. Join the Discord. Go to the website. Go to our social medias. And go to our Patreon if you wish to donate and support us. All of which is much appreciated. Also, we have a merch store now that can be found via our Discord. We sell stickers and t-shirts and other things. Can't guarantee the quality, by the way. We have yet to receive our personal samples, so we don't know quite how good they are. Just letting you know.
It's not our fault if it's bad.
So The stickers we know are good. Everything else, I'd hold out on for a little bit until someone gets it. Not gonna lie, I have yet to buy one because I'm not sure. But yeah, the stickers are very good quality, and not a bad price. And you can slap them up, and they support us a ton. They support us at the same rate in which a Twitch subscription does, except you're actually getting something in return. Which, granted, it's a sticker for our series, but it's something nonetheless, and does support us the same as a Twitch subscription does. So
slap it on your computer. So interesting note. As I'm thinking here, it really looks like the one-stop strategy has worked out. Just noticing, because right now Taylor Williams running. Actually, well, I think Sophie got caught up in traffic. She's at a 139. But generally, she was running faster than Taylor Williams, who's been running 137 pace. We'll see if that was also traffic. Could be. The gap's pretty big, though, given Taylor Williams is going to have to pit again soon. I also think Stefan Kui and Aaron Wynn have to pit again as well, right? Or am I crazy? I believe they would have to.
what? Sorry.
No, they don't need to pit again. They're done pitting, right?
No, yes, they will need one more pit stop, and I expect it to come within the next 5 minutes. For both Stefan Kui in the 108 as well as Sophie in the 14.
Oh, wow.
I expect to see both of those cars come in the next 20 minutes, and then I would expect to see Williams, or next 5 minutes for both those cars, and I expect to see Williams in as well as Ruben in within the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was just shocked because I saw it said last pit at lap 50. I'm like, oh, my race sync must be broken.
F6 for onboard cams. Yeah, see that doesn't work for me. I'm pushing F6 right now. See, someone said that before, but it doesn't work for me. F7 works, but I wonder if like F6 has been remapped somehow.
Maybe, because F6 is onboard cams for me as well. I don't know.
Drive-through penalty here for the 515. I can only go to assume that that's for track limits. I mean, Hugo has been putting in a monstrous stint here. I imagine using up every little ounce of the track there. As the 360, speaking of track limits, goes off. Slows down a ton to try to avoid that penalty. Probably still gets one because it is ACC.
Yeah, I thought my race sync was broken because, like, man, no way they last pit on lap 50. I'm like, then I realized we're only about lap 100 now. I'm like, oh, I guess they really did just last pit on lap 50. So yeah, next 2-3 laps we should be seeing the leaders come in. Williams,
we're nearing in on lap 100 here of the day.
Yeah, so Williams will be promoted back to second, but he'll have to pit again, so that will kind of be that.
That was kind of a cool camera shot, actually. the cameras that, like, so you have trackside 1, trackside 2, and then helicam, and like trackside 2 are the realistic cameras, like where, like, you know, the cameras are like at a camera post. Camera 1 looks cool, but they make no sense because they're like just floating on the edge of the racetrack, sitting there, and like there's obviously no camera there. And so like it really throws me off in how unrealistic they are, but they do look cool sometimes. But I try to use camera set 2 as often as I can, just because it looks a bit more like an actual broadcast camera. I like throwing in the helicam every once in a while too, because the helicam in this game is actually pretty decent. Whenever it comes to like, you're like watching a group of cars, the helicam will kind of like, it'll actually do pretty good at following the train of cars.
Yeah.
It'll kind of like try to zoom in on a group rather than just one specific spot, which I like. I feel like it does it pretty well.
Yeah, that's what I tend to use for spotting. Julian puts in a message to remind 360 to put their lights on. The gap between 8th and 7th is contracted again.
And there's just 2.5 seconds right now. Hold on, I'm gonna go and try to see right quick. Controls. I want to see if it's in here somewhere.
Mid-race. What do you call it?
No, it's not in there.
Mid-race tech support session going on.
I see. There's nowhere to remap it, but it does. F6 is not.
That's odd.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's kind of weird.
Indeed. Yeah, I have no idea. You know, our factor has controls for binding all the different camera things, but I always break it, so. There's a way to bind the controls to like an Xbox controller, so you can get like smooth camera movements. But I always end up having some sort of drift for some reason I can't work out. I don't know why. Anyway.
Because your Xbox controller has controller drift?
But see, when I play games with the Xbox controller, there's no issue.
Dead zones. Most games, if you have your control set up on a gamepad, it'll automatically have a 5-degree dead zone. So you probably need to set that within R factor to have that dead zone.
Which is very hard to do with the camera. You can do it if you're driving with the controller, but not with the camera.
Because that's something that I have for Flight Sim, because Flight Sim is, well, you're flying a plane. It's very sensitive to everything you do. So I have like a 10-degree dead zone on both joysticks because I want absolutely no chance of it rolling one way or the other while I'm not looking.
Fair deal. Gomez within a second of Burek now in the Ferrari, the DSRT Ferrari.
That is after after performing that drive-through, yeah. Trying to work his way now back up the grid. Got to get past 16, 993, and 992. So this actually will be a fun little watch to see here because Gomez obviously really fast, but also needs to be into the pit lane relatively soon. I mean, I imagine they can extend this as far as possible because they only got to get, I think, about 20 minutes in for Rod, but they do need to get Rod back in that car for one more stint.
Mm-hmm. Gotta see where he can put that car before he hands it over. Burke not getting out of the way at all either. Not making it easy. Holding on to his line.
I mean, this is for position right here. There's absolutely no reason to get out of the way. I mean, defend it, defend it, defend it.
And you got to know that when the driver swap comes for that McLaren, that is a car the Ferrari could definitely be fighting. Ooh, very, very.
Move back around the outside there to keep the attack on. Hugo Gomez still on the inside and now going to head the inside going into the braking zone at turn 4. Let's see if he can get it done. Again, the McLaren's been slow under braking, but so is the Ferrari. Drifting wide, back up the inside. Wow. Good move, keeping it going outside now for turn 6. Keeps it going, still side by side. All the way down towards the braking zone at turn 8. Let's see if they can get it done.
McLaren seems to have the upper hand here. Ferrari takes the wide line, and there you go. That's the position.
No, drifting back wide just a little bit goes Gomez, but yep, getting that position done. I don't feel like we're going to see an attack back from the Ferrari here under braking. Maybe here he comes. Peeking that nose back up the inside, still there under braking. Now going to have the run, maybe the toe, but down the straightaway towards turn 13.
And this battle keeps going on. I felt Gomez would have had an easier time here, but Burek certainly proving he deserves to be here at least. I'll put it that way. Holding on to that McLaren. Goes a little bit wide, gets caught in the aero wash, and that'll be it.
Yep, really good move there to basically just put, as you mentioned, the aero wash right on the racing line for Gomez to basically force the hand for Burek to wash out. 515 does indeed have the lights on. Maybe not on your guys' end, but I can see it at the very least.
Let's see it become more noticeable as it gets dark. I can see it on the stream. Can't see it on my end though either. But I'm in the heli cam, so could be tied to that. So we have the first of our leading Bentleys in the pit. Aaron Wynn is in. See if she stays in the car for the rest of the race or if she hands it over to someone. Pretty impressive drive on her end.
Yep.
Remote Williams.
Really, we're going to see a driver swap here, I imagine, because Sophia's been in for the last 2 stints.
No, I don't think she started.
Yeah. Well, this is stint. No, yeah. This would only be stint 3. Yvonne back in the car. There's a fair shot. It's only been a 2-stopper to this point. They definitely hit that fuel number. They can get that car to the end from here with that +1 lap, of course. But so yeah, they hit that 1 hour 20 mark. So Sophie did hit the minimum drive time, and now back in is Yvonne. I'm gonna go let Sophie rest up after a really great second stint there, and now Yvonne's gonna try to go and set a hard and powerful final stint here, and maybe try to give something up for that top position.
Very
obviously not for first, but obviously not for first, but trying to keep up that second position here in this race.
Just needs to be a tidy stint. I don't think there's any way that anyone they're really racing with can really challenge for that.
Now, the real interesting thing here is we actually have a battle for 11th on the racetrack. The 360 and the 763 Aston Martins both are racing each other now, just separated by half of a second. Cars are in line, both of them sporting a pride flag on the rear end of the car, as that camera shot made sure to show us.
Good to see. I made the livery for the 360 though, so I'm kind of like tooting my own horn. Anyways,
it is really. I gotta say though, it's kind of weird seeing Falcon Tire and Pirelli on the same car. Just saying.
That's blame Aiden. I had no say in that. I'm just following what the.
You said that you made deliveries that you did.
I made the
racetrack.
Oof.
Going Steven here. That's gonna let the 763 right on through.
Yeah.
Obviously the Pirelli stickers are the in-game stickers. They are kind of, you know, the forced ones per se. I mean, you can remove them, but they are the in-game stickers. But, you know, surely there was another sponsor you could have put on the front of the car. It's one thing that I always try to make sure whenever we're doing custom liveries and we're using other companies that I mean, maybe we shouldn't be using, but we are using. Always try to make sure that at least they don't overlap each other. It's always really weird to see that.
So, Aiden went out of his way to call Falcon to see if he could put that on the car.
Really?
So then it was like, okay, well, now that you're telling me to put it on and you went through that effort, I guess I don't have a choice. Yes, I agree. It is weird to have Pirelli and Falcon on the same car, but wasn't my decision.
He actually called Falcon Tire. I mean, hey, credit.
Yeah.
Too bad there's no money involved.
Too bad there's no money involved. Yeah, I wish.
So now we gotta wonder, when does the 22 and 7 find their way into the pit stop? I mean, if the 7 continues to follow what we've seen, they're gonna come in with in between 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining in the race. Personally, I don't think that makes sense. Just because of the fact you're adding another stop that didn't need to be done per se. However, I could see them coming in here relatively shortly and filling that car up and just filling it up. I think that's a strategy that could work per se to try to save time. But it is kind of a weird strategy to run an hour of 10 per stint rather than just trying to get that out, that extra 20 like the other two Bentleys have been able to do in this race.
They must have felt they couldn't make the tires last that long, and then they were committed to that even after they found out it wasn't the fastest route.
And then you are stuck now with Taylor Williams in that 22, of course, as well, who, may I add, has a relatively large gap over Yvonne. So they might be able to squeak out this pit stop here and come out in P2 still. I'm really, like, that is going to be the fight that I am curious about, and we should see it play out in about 10 minutes time whenever this final pit stop does occur for this car. Let's see, they are running 136s. What is the 14 running? 136s as well. So the pace is no different at the moment between those two cars, with the 14 on fresher tires. So we could see the 22 come in, make that pit stop, and come back out maybe just behind the 14, but have extra pace on the fresh tires. So I am going to be curious to see just how that one goes. There's a 135 coming in for Yvonne. Actually, best lap of the race for that team, set right there. So track is getting quicker as it's cooling off. It's down to 26 degrees Celsius now. The wind has also died down and changed just slightly as well. So
here's the thing. It is about... It's just short of a minute between Yvonne and Taylor Williams. That's still in Yvonne's hands.
yes, at the moment. I think... Yeah, I think the Yvonne would come out just ahead of Taylor, but then Taylor might have the extra pace on fresh tires.
Fresh tires and lower fuel.
Yeah, that too. Well, not entirely, because in fact they've been setting 1 hour every stint, so they might still be on relatively a full tank. But yeah, it would still technically be less fuel, less weight. But I would be interested to see if maybe they try to throw Shaw back in that car. If they try to hit that 60-minute mark on this stint, go just over it, and then maybe try to throw Shaw back in the car, who seemed to be a little bit faster than Taylor. Not a ton faster, but a little bit faster. But if they can still pull out a P2 after having that big off track and that 5-second penalty, that would be a huge accomplishment, to say the least, for this team, especially this team who were unable to race last month due to, or a couple times even, due to the fact that they had their drivers be suspended from the racing. Due to incident points. They continue to get caught up in incidents, and so I mean this team's had a couple months to really go and put their head down and practice and learn and try to get it together, and it's obviously paid off. They're currently P2. This team's really had a good day here today.
Yeah, it's been a really good effort. Gonna need something really impressive though to get second, but a podium definitely looks possible.
Yeah, podium 100% is on the books right now, especially with the lead that they have over Ruben, who's on the same strategy. Yeah, 100% podium's on the books as long as they keep this car clean to the end.
Yeah. Certainly the crew in the number 7 Bentley probably wishing they would have thought of this race differently. It definitely seems like a strategic error more than a pace error. Let's put them where they're at.
Still looking to bring home that top 4, and obviously they're still in that elite group at the moment, who is a lap ahead of everyone. So definitely not anything to be frowned upon right now, sitting in that 4th position, or 3rd position on the racetrack, but 4th. Effect. Ooh, 199 goes around on the racetrack. Oh man, rejoining right back in front of the 52 car. Way to get off of the racing line at the very least there.
Oof, just brought it way too far wide there.
And McLarens really do seem to be struggling around this racetrack, especially with the changing conditions. They have not adapted as well as the others. But Taylor Williams has still been able to put really good laps in that 22 car up front. So
yep. It's the McLaren is, I think, one of those cars where it's sort of like a difficult to learn car. Like, some cars are easy to learn but hard to master. The McLaren's just straight up hard to learn.
Yeah.
I think some people are finding that to be the case here. But then, if you can learn the McLaren, it is a very fast car on a lot of tracks, especially the tracks with a lot of medium speed corners. which Misano has a fair amount of. Not a ton. Has a few. One car I'm surprised has not been super strong here has been the Lexus, which I don't think our Lexus is. I think that was the car that had the issues mechanically we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that was the car that ended up having the DNF due to the pedal issues. So definitely unfortunate for them. But yeah, that car didn't it never seemed hooked up into the racetrack. It seemed like the front wheels were always sliding around.
Yeah.
This is for position right here, around the outside of the second to last corner. I do believe that is turn 15 and down to 16 into the pits. No, just backing out of it, 993. That was a fight for position. I hope that they do realize that was not a position that you need to just give up. You were fighting right there for that top 7.
They must have seen Gomez and said, "Yes, Gomez must be in front of us." That's my only guess. Made it a lot easier than Burrick did, though, for sure.
Perhaps they just realized that Gomez is considerably faster.
Yeah.
Way off the racetrack right there, possibly trying to go and get himself another drive-through penalty once again.
Calling the poor man out.
We should see this car hit the pit lane relatively soon as well. So maybe that's another thing that the 993 is banking on, is the fact that we're going to see the 515 hit the pit lane soon, and maybe they can jump them there.
Yeah. Number 360, the first of the cars on the hour per pit stop strategy there and now. So yeah, we should see some people coming in on this lap or thereabouts.
I do definitely enjoy seeing the tire strategies as they play out. I wish that there was a multiple compound as well strategy that could play into this, but
yeah,
unfortunately that isn't one to really think about.
Yep. The GT series they tried to represent, well, the GT series this game represents, I suppose. Being the limiting factors, we see Nomad in now. The 992.
That's going to move Gomez up to a temporary P7. But obviously, we're going to have to see that car come into the pit lane relatively soon. And the 993 as well, because they were on roughly the same strategy as the 992, their teammate and sister car.
Yeah. The 992. Just see if I can get it before they come out of the pits. Yeah, they last pit on lap 72. On lap 109 right now. That's about, let me do some quick, cheeky calculator, because I can't do math in my head anymore. 37 lap stints, thereabouts. Unfortunately, I don't have where the Gomez last came in, because the penalty counted as a pit stop in the app.
Oh, that's rough. It was roughly 50 minutes ago.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, it was roughly 50.
Makes sense.
But they will have to perform a stop or a driver swap, I should say, with Gomez, because they need to have prior run, I think, another like 10 or 15 minutes before he hits that 1 hour mark. So we will see a driver swap in that car. So I imagine that the goal is just have that stint last as long as possible for Gomez.
Yeah. Try and compensate for the damage as much as possible. Use all the speed that you can.
What's our gap looking like between Williams and Vandenberg?
So right now that gap is down to about 47 seconds.
Okay, so that is showing the difference with those fresh tires as well as the driver. So I gotta wonder, when do we see that 22 car make the call to pit lane to get on the fresh tires? I feel like the sooner the better.
Yeah.
is the way to go for that, because right now, Yvonne definitely has that position pretty much all but secured. With probably about a 30-second gap.
Yeah. Yep, this has definitely been the strategy move, was to go one stop shorter. Certainly just looking at the times, I guess you could kind of see it wasn't going to work out, because when they're going long, both them and Rambach's teammate who was in last stint, like, they're not going, like, they're going like maybe a second a lap slower near the end of the run. But if you do 20 laps a second a lap slower, you're still gaining a massive amount of time. Even if they lost 40 seconds between these two pit stops.
You're still gaining 30 seconds even on that.
Yeah.
Like, so like realistically speaking, you could suffer at 2 seconds a lap for 20 laps, which 20 laps is half of a stint, and still profit time based off of the pit stop, basically.
Yeah.
So the pace difference to have that undercut has to be dramatic. Really, I think that just comes down with the Bentley. It's just got such a big fuel tank. It's hard to beat that car.
Yeah. Right now, Williams in the pits.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen a BOP come out for this game to, well, BOP it, because obviously IRL they have the stint timers to prevent that, but the Bentley still does use majority of its fuel cell in that stint timer at 65 minutes. Most of the cars do. That's what they try to aim for, is to have the fuel cell carry exactly how much fuel they need to go 70 minutes. The fact that we can see this Bentley go 80 plus minutes on a stint shows that there's something that's a little bit off on the balance of that car.
Yeah. I guess they were hoping leagues would just figure it out on their own. I don't know. It's always messy when that happens.
Well, the problem is that there's not much more you can do other than implement a stint timer.
Yeah, pretty much. Saw somebody go way off. I think that was the 992, just had a big off there, trying to get out of the way. I think of Gomez. I cannot remember who he was. He was just behind, but he misses always. Was it the... Was
Where
Blattman
is the
in that car
992?
now?
Oh, the 69 car. They were being
Yeah.
lapped by the 69.
Yeah. So there we go. Sorted. So Williams, 21 seconds behind Vandenberg, so you gotta imagine he's basically a Vandenberg who's yet to do his final stop.
I mean, definitely though, the gap is smaller than what we were expecting, so the Williams camp did underfuel on that pit stop. And so Vandenberg only having that 20-second gap, gotta wonder if Taylor Williams can indeed run her down and try to jump that. The pace here with 1 hour remaining has got to be about a half a second faster per lap average.
Yeah, it's not impossible either. Vandenberg ran a 1:36.2 last time by. Let's see what Williams did. Williams is out for me on this. Oh, it's an outlap. Okay.
Yes, it is an outlap.
I was about to panic so much. There's no way they're out. They can't be out of the race. Yes, their last lap was an outlap. So we'll see what they do this time by.
There was passing a car there. It just got by the 515.
Well, yeah, that will
what do they run? They crossed the stripe with a 232. So yeah, that was their outlap there.
Yeah. And now
So
we'll see.
I suspect that we're going to see them running high 135s, low 136s, roughly the same as Yvonne. But the question is going to become is in the next 20 minutes, what's going to be the difference in that gap?
Yeah, so that McLaren's can be less rough on its tires because it'll be lighter on fuel. That said, the track temperature's down to 26 degrees. So tires are going to start lasting a lot longer now that the track's cooled off. So very much
back
still
through the
992
on the 69. Not quite sure what happened there to get them back through, but they have indeed gone through.
Huh. Curious.
Gap is closing now between Ruben up in P2 and Yvonne in P3. Obviously, they are on different pit strategies, so is not quite racing for position per se, but is racing for position at the same time. So we want to watch that gap closing. 1:3:59 that time around for Yvonne. We're going to watch again with traffic in the way. Taylor Williams trying to get through. Massively sending it through the final corner there, using all the runoff on the exit. Going to come along the line, 1:36.8, so still off pace there. Of course, there were traffic in the way, but still a second slower than Yvonne. So pace is going to have to pick up relatively soon in order for that gap to start closing.
A whole slew of cars in the pits now. It's Blattman, Gomez, Fed Union, all coming in.
All over the racetrack is Taylor Williams, really unable to keep it within the track limit. So gotta watch out for possibly a drive-through there, and that could maybe bring Frank up in towards that battle for P4.
Yeah, definitely not what you want. Oh, somebody does have a drive-through.
Oh, the
it's
7
salty.
car.
Yeah.
The DSRT number 7 with a drive-through penalty. Ruben off track, hitting that drive-through for track limits.
That
Sun
has to
is
hurt.
setting here. I want to get a good onboard shot here.
Ruben solely. That's
Look
going
at
to
that
definitely
Sun.
hurt their chances right now. That's going to be a 40-second slap.
I don't know why I can't move the camera. That sun setting is stunning, to say the least.
Very aesthetic. Can never say ACC isn't aesthetic. But yeah, that drive-through penalty, that is going to put them in all sorts of pain. Suddenly, I think Frank is looking at a potential 4th. Depending on where they come out after that drive-through, because Sully still has to
Pit as well, yeah. So 40 seconds for the drive-through plus an additional 70 seconds for the pit stop at least. Yeah. So I mean
that's a lap basically.
Yeah, you're looking at a lot of time lost there. So that very much could bring the other DSRT car into that fight. 4th place, that would promote Williams onto the podium and make that fight for P2 just that much more of a lead per se.
Yeah.
Stadium section here as they come down towards the final corner. In comes Ruben serving the drive-through. The lighting in this game is fantastic.
It is.
It is truly fantastic. There's still 1 hour left, so it means that in game, 50 minutes left. We're still looking at roughly 2 hours worth of time progression in game to be set. So the sun should go down and it should be nighttime by the time of this one.
Very much. Yeah, given how much the track times have fallen off, it's down to 25 now. This final stint will be very interesting because you're going to be all over the place on tire pressures. And it will be very.
I mean, that could play into the hand of whoever pits latest will have the best handling car. Simply put, because they'll have the tire pressures should have the tire pressures dialed in best for the temperature of the racetrack. Because yeah, as it gets colder, everyone who stopped earlier will have an overinflated tire. Yep. So that could very much play into it, I should say underinflated tire because they had too much.
Too little pressure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So interesting to note, Modrak picked up a penalty in the 763 Aston Martin. That is a car that's probably that whole team is feeling this is not been their day. That was definitely a car that had chased to be further up the field. And now they will be. Are they going to be 12th, or they have a lap over the 360 car? I'm not sure.
Oh, there goes a spin. 515 Rodrigo Pryor around.
Pryor had a difficult first stint in that car.
Really not seeming to get along with the racetrack. I do know that there was a underperformance of practice per se in that car. Basically, he had about 30 minutes worth of driving to get used to this race. So
Yeah.
that does partially explain it, and that shows why practice does indeed matter. Even though I haven't done any for the race tomorrow, but we'll get into that. I mean, I didn't do any practice for Adelaide either. We showed up, both me and Dom did qualifying, and that was the extent of our practice. That's
Well, I guess there's a difference. Experience can do a lot, though, when you don't practice.
yes, but practice does mean a lot. You really need to come to these racetracks and put in time, especially in ACC, because as we've mentioned all day, tire pressures are a huge deal, and so if you're not used to the practice that you need, then you really need not used to the pressures that you need, then you really need to set practice in it, because otherwise it's going to be completely foreign whenever you go up and try to do it.
Yeah.
This is a very, very particular game. It does take a lot of time and practice to.
Truer words. Yeah, so after all the pit cycles.
Oh, almost a little bit of contact there between the 360 and the 52.
Yeah.
Trying to unlap themselves. They kind of turned in and then second guessed the unlappingness and decided to give the spot back. A little bit confused as to what's happening there. If you're going to unlap yourself, at least commit to it.
Commit. Yeah, as we sit here, just gonna take a quick peek at the times. Man, yeah, Yvonne Vanderberg is consistently faster than Williams right now.
Yeah, I think that second place is for sure locked up there.
Yeah.
And then obviously we still gotta wait to see Ruben come in to stop. That little jump Taylor up, and the question is then just gonna become how close are the 52 and the 7 after the pit stop. Is we're watching here the only battle on the racetrack at the moment. Looking up the inside, the 993. Good little bit of moving there under the braking. Gonna keep on peaking. Rodrigo still around the outside. Well, now gonna come the inside here, going into the next braking zone. Try to outbrake him all the way in. Keep the car planted. Don't let the switch back. Come back out down the straightaway. Nice bending there by Rodrigo. Keeping it in line.
Something to consider with this entire fight that's going on. I actually don't think that's Rodrigo. I think that's Dimitri, isn't it? Or am I wrong? No, it is Rodrigo. You're right. Never mind. I was confused as who I was looking at. Yeah, a thing to consider, just having seen Dimitri, though, go wide there. This is when, and all the track drive-through penalties we've seen, is like, this is sort of the part where you can start burning some of your track cuts if you have them in hand for a position. If you have them.
Yeah,
they can very quickly.
For sure. I mean, we do have it in place where if you make an overtake off of the racetrack, it can be reported. So obviously you can't entirely use it to overtake, but you can use it to catch up. There's always something I mention is that the game does give you... Oh, that's
contact!
Up the inside, little bit of a dive. 515, well off the racetrack now. Going to be trying to recover out of the sand trap. Gravel trap, rather.
Yeah.
Both yelled at the same time. Contact up the inside. Went the 993.
Yeah. You gotta think when you're trying to get around someone who you feel is slower off pace, you need to give them a wide berth when you go for that move. And he did not do that. Just complete send.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see what that looked like from another camera angle and see what the stewards do indeed think of that one, as it is starting to get dark here. The floodlights are indeed on the racetrack at the moment. We are riding on board here with our overall leader. I think Rombach here just putting in a monster race, running 2 of the 3 stints for this team. And running 3 hours of worth of racing here. Oh, that was
really
a little
impressive
bit of an oversteer moment right there. Again, I mean, this just shows the ability in which Yanni does indeed run with, and why this team does so well is that all three of them are so good at adapting and overcoming moments. I mean, there's been times where you've watched them get taken out, or they get drive-throughs or something like that, and they still come out well in the lead. They definitely pull the Scott Dixon style of they're not necessarily always the fastest car, which I mean often they are, but they're not always the fastest car. But they are always very consistent, always keep their nose clean, and they take advantage of whenever others make mistakes really, really well.
That's the key. Ruben Soley in the pits, by the way, so we'll see where he fits out in that battle to stay in the top 5. Whereabouts, we'll see. Quite a big gap he's still going to have over 5th.
Car is indeed rolling now. 7. Disengage the pit limiter here soon. It just seems like it takes forever whenever you're inside that race car. And try to keep the gap over the 52. It looks like as if it's going to remain rather large because they did still have that lap gap. Disengage the pit limiter there, and now you can start rolling. Such a painful pit lane to sit in because you just know that it's coming up. You're gonna pull off the line here, just not even try to contest on the cold tires. I think that's a wise move. Don't get yourself into more incidents than what you need. Oh, drive through now for the 22 car.
Oh no!
What is the gap between Williams and Vanderhorn, though? That's going to be the question. Williams coming in now, so I do believe that it's enough, but how much is that gap? You can see on the other side of the racetrack there from the helicam, you can see 22 going through the pit lane. They should have enough of a gap.
Yeah, they should be fine.
They should come out with probably about 15, 20 seconds worth of lead, I feel.
Yeah.
Up the inside now, Vanderhorn on burning. Gonna go ahead and get that position done. Now the tires are up to temp just a little bit more. Still on the pit limiter, Taylor Williams just getting past turn 1. Waiting, and disengage. Now the car can start rolling. Still a very solid gap in that P3 position.
Gap's been reduced to about a sector, but you'd have to be quite a lot faster with 40 minutes left to make that up.
I mean, that still isn't impossible, however, though, because we still could probably see, about 25 laps left in this race. So if that gap is around 20 seconds, and that's only about a second per lap that you really need. So it's not impossible, especially with Williams having run off pace. So that might be the gap to watch, is just how much can Vanderhorn really reel in Williams there for that P3. Try to go chase that podium.
All still still some questions to be answered, we'll say, up at the front.
The craziest thing after tornado storms is the fact that once they leave, it is just bright and sunny and hot and humid.
Like nothing happened.
Yep, it is bright and sunny outside right now, and it has gone up already 7 degrees in the last
Holy shoot.
last 30 minutes outside. So
another drive-through penalty for the 360 car. I think that's their second in this race.
definitely have been abusing the track limits there.
Yeah.
And it is catching up to bite them.
That is for sure. Yeah, track limits have definitely played a hand in this race. Quite a few people's races have been effectively decided by drive-through penalties. And it's funny, it's something we kind of warned about at the start of this race, and it's coming up. It's having its impact. Got to think Williams, or sorry, not Williams, Vanderhorn must be thinking if we hadn't gotten that drive-through penalty, easily
This would be a really, really fun fight if there was not that drive-through.
Yeah. Same thing happened, I think, to the what's it? The 69 car got a drive-through, or is it the 16? One of them did. I don't know which exactly. One of the Ferraris just had a drive-through. And sort of a similar
I
deal.
believe it was the 16, but I'm not certain on that one.
Yeah. But that was a car that easily could have been further up the order.
Now, you gotta ask here, though, do you have some form of team orders happening from the DSRT car to be a little bit more aggressive here for the 16 on Williams there with that defending? Because obviously, you know, that's the gap that's trying to close. So maybe just a little bit of, hey, you know, just be in the way just a little bit more.
It's a big gap. It's almost a minute to make up. We were in a race, my team. The last one not the last one I did, was recently. And as a joke, somebody said to one of our guys who was a lap down, do you mind holding up the car in front? And they legitimately drove them off the track, and we all panicked.
Wow.
Like, nah, that was a joke. We don't mean it. Yeah. So that stuff does happen, though, sometimes, I guess is my point.
360 rolling their way through on the drive-through.
It's going to be... Well, it does put them... Still quite a good gap over 13th.
Yeah, the
Actually, more than a good gap.
199
That's
car
multiple
has not had themselves a fantastic day here. It's just been rough for them to be able to put down good laps consistently.
Yeah.
And I mean, tricky track Misano is. It's definitely not easy to get into. And again, as we've established, the McLaren's not an easy track or not an easy car to get adapted to. So definitely a tricky car, tricky track. And with the advanced time progression and the way that the track conditions advanced here, definitely is not easy to keep track of.
Speaking of cars that have had interesting days, so prior, when he was last in the car, he was doing 143s. He's now back in the car doing 138s, so he had a heck of a practice session between his first and second stint.
Really was able to get down and learn a little bit there. Now only running 2 seconds off the pace rather than the 6 that he was. Yeah, for sure. A really good job to go and improve on that lap time.
Yeah. Then, sorry, once again, the 52 Nissan had a bit of an off briefly at the first corner complex. He's going fine though. Got a good gap, both in front and behind. Right now for that car, it's 47 seconds to the car behind and 57 seconds to the car in front. Truly having themselves a good, solid top 5 finish, so long as there's no drama. Behind them is the number 992 Aston Martin. Zurabov in that car right now. Being in mid 138s. He is about a second a lap slower, though, to the 993. And the 993 is only... Well, the 993 is not far behind. So while I can't imagine any charge being put on the 69 car, that fight for 7th and 8th between those two team cars could be quite close near the end, if those pace differences stand.
We're at 126 laps completed here in this race. I mean, it is kind of crazy to, like, whenever you think about it, just how many times that you do the same corner, the same braking zone over and over in these races.
And that you still somehow manage to mess them up.
Yep. Become more mistake prone the more you do it, at least I do. That's the reason why I don't practice for things, is because I find that my sweet spot in driving is about an hour on the track. Once I hit an hour on the track, that's where I'm fastest. So if I sit and I do an hour of practice, by the time that we start the qualifying and race, it'll only be downhill. So my goal is have qualifying be, 10 minutes on the track, and then have the first 50 minutes of the race be just getting through the traffic. And then by the time that I'm done with traffic, I'm, performing my first pit stop, I'm through everything, I'm on a clean air. All right, now I'm at my peak. It's time to go. Let's go put in hard laps. It's kind of what my strategy is as to how I do things. And it's why I do not practice on the day of a race.
Yeah. I can believe that. So I was saying, I don't know if Zerobov's going to catch Burning, but that gap is slowly coming down. So we could see an interesting battle between 6th and 8th in the last half hour of this race. Still up for grabs, those positions. Another stop for the 199 car.
Yeah, that's about right with 40 minutes to go. This should take them to the end. They were running that 40-minute pit cycle, and that's just kind of always had them in that weird loop where they're just off the sequence a little bit.
Very curious that.
New strat to beat Case 1 hour qualifying.
It's your average time for all the laps you put together in qualifying, and you have to run the whole hour. Wow, number 69, Burning in that car, running 140s. It's losing about 3 seconds a lap to the 993.
1372 there set for the 992.
Yeah. Burning got that lap to a 139 flat, so he's just being inconsistent, perhaps more so than outright slow.
So, I mean, Zerobov was still 2 seconds faster there. I mean, that gap's closed a lot. Let's see what it is here coming across the timing line. It is 4.5 seconds. I mean, that's literally that closed in 2.5 seconds in the last lap. So we might see here very soon Zerobov go and get that gap for P6. And as you mentioned, the position down to the 993 is also still closing. So we could see both these cars possibly jump to 69 before the race is over here.
Team cars in the fight now. Behind this fight is Pryor, who's 15 seconds adrift. Not much to be done there. Yeah, this is the part of the race where you really got to wonder. It's gotten colder, it's gotten darker since the pit stops. It's the part where you start to wonder, like, what was the decision on tire pressures? Did they chase the tire pressure, sort of thinking what will we need in the future, or did they set the car for what did they need right now? And now they're paying for it, getting some graining because the tires are a bit too cold. Yeah, all that's going to start playing in this final half hour. Still an hour in game to go, too. So the tire pressures the track temperature could get colder only from here.
Yeah, definitely. It's I mean, as I mentioned, it's only going to get colder. I suspect that we won't see the track get too much colder from here, but it will definitely get colder. Still an hour to go. The sun is still slightly peaking. We do still have some light in the sky, but very soon we will not, for sure. So the race will end just past 10 p.m. in game time.
Man, only 2.5 seconds about now between Zerobov and Burning. That number 69 Ferrari. Now this is the part where you start to see wait, somebody stopped. 99 car stopped on the road.
Yeah, the 199 with a stop-go 30 is pulled over. The car is now rolling slowly again.
Curious that.
Do wonder if maybe they had a thought of, F it, let's just pull over and quit.
Yeah, but I guess that's my shot in the dark. I might stop in the middle of the road, though. Well, not in the middle of the road. They did pull over the grass. How'd they get a stop go 30? They must
that would be for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, maybe they sped on pit exit. You're right. So the only other way you would get that is if you completely blew a corner, like you just completely full throttle a cut.
They do not come in there. The car is still slow. They're off pace, finishing the lap here, but kind of offline, off pace. I mean, that was a 4-minute lap time, so they were sitting still for a minute. Doesn't mean, I mean, they did perform a pit stop, but a pit time is still in the 240s, 3 minutes.
Sub Zurbov just looking for a pass on Burning there. Thought better of it. I'm sorry to cut you off. Just saw that in the corner of my eye.
Yep. This is fight for position here. Now, also you do have, I mean, again, team cars. Do you try to slow up the 69 here if you're the 992? Are you gonna keep on peeking your nose in a little bit? You're gonna get in front and slow them down to kind of help your teammate, or you're like, no, I want full team pride. I want a 20-second gap over my teammate type of thing. Ooh,
you gotta imagine. You gotta imagine they just want to get past. Maybe another might be once you're in front, you might purposely hold up the 69, but yeah, Dimitri. I think that is Dimitri. Who's that in the?
I think like for me, the easiest way and the safest way to hold a car up per se is to be the one behind and just keep on peeking your nose in every once in a while. You peek your nose in, you make them outbrake themselves, or you make them, take the Y line around the corner. You're slowing yourself up and you're slowing them up, but it's kind of the safest way, and it's also the easiest way to get away with it, right? Because obviously in some places, if you're swerving or defending, and being intentionally slow or intentionally in the way, then you can get into some trouble. But if you keep on just peeking your nose in and then backing out of the overtake, you're just kind of gonna more so irritate the guy you're trying to pass than anything.
So there you go, in the 992 and the 99 Racing Team, Aston Martin, they're ahead. Man, they immediately are building that gap up to the 69, and that has given the 993 about 4 seconds to these two. That's how much time they lost fighting each other. So Dimitri right now looking to get himself into this fight.
What does the lap time difference look like between the two? 69 and 993.
So the 993 was doing 137, 69 did a 139 last lap, but they were fighting. I think it is about a second a lap difference otherwise. At least that's what I've seen.
All right, so then we should most definitely see this gap close here relatively soon. In the next 3 or 4 laps, I think we should see the 993 on the tail end of the 69 car.
Yeah. Just under half an hour left to run.
Look at all the dirt on this wing.
Yeah. Some of these cars, especially that have had offs, look particularly grimy. This is something I wish every sim racing game had, was the dirt buildup on the cars over the course of endurance races. I just love the aesthetic of like the rubber and all that taking itself onto the car.
Yeah, for sure. It looks really, really good.
Makes it look like they're actually racing and not show cars. Going to imagine the 199 is calling it quits. They've been in the pits for longer than 30 seconds. So close to the end, but I can feel why they would feel like calling it. It's been a rough day.
Dive box here on over top of Misano, just looking fantastic with the clouds off in the distance on the setting. Gives a very atmospheric feel and mood here. You can see the headlights off in the distance of the 993 car just kind of peeking its way up, slowly closing that gap down to now just 3.5 seconds.
That's the gap where you start to feel, man, I can catch him. And it gives you a lot of energy.
And it's that same point the other way, where if you're in the 69 car and you're like, all right, I see those headlights in my mirror, I see that car coming, I need to go put my head down. So for both of them, it's like, all right, it's time to go. Like we need to go faster.
Yeah.
Let's see, where's the gap at here? Down to 3.1, so another 0.4 there in sector 3.
Absolutely flying.
Chris Burning really needs to get in some clean laps here.
Yeah. Going to be a challenge, I imagine.
As mentioned there, the fight between P3 and P4 has closed 10 seconds in 10 minutes. Currently 16 seconds the gap, 25 minutes remain. So if we keep at the current pace, we will see those two fight within the last 10 minutes of the race.
I was not paying attention to that, but yes.
The podium fight is still indeed on.
Yeah, Tiss Vanderhorn is about a second a lap faster than Taylor Williams. About 0.8 a lap faster, to be specific, on the last time by, but man, a full second a lap faster. That is some pace in that Bentley right now. Their strategy definitely working for them, at least in terms of lap times. We'll see if it ends up working in terms of track position. Less than a second probably at the line, I'd imagine, between Dimitri and Burning. Once we get to the
gap once again, it just closed another second between sector 1. Just in sector 1, the gap, it was 9/10 of a second that closed there between 3rd and 4th. The gap has now completely closed here between 7th and 8th. Chris Burning really got to be scared of Dimitri here following him just behind. That Aston Martin filling up the mirrors.
Yeah. This is go time now. If there's anything left that can be done. Still a 140 last lap.
Whoa,
really
almost into the
struggling.
back of the
geez.
Ferrari right there. Peeking his way up. The Aston is there, and by he goes. I
Didn't
mean,
even fight it.
with the pace difference, I don't really blame it.
That's fair. Oh, but a drive-through for the 993.
Oh, wow.
So they immediately lost it.
Wow, right in that moment. Did they just go off track right there, making that overtake?
Yeah, they did. He completely cut over the curbs.
Wow,
and
and a
the
drive-through
exit
drama
yeah.
in the final minutes of this race.
That is
going to re-promote the 69 car back up into 7th position here very soon. Wow, that is unfortunate.
Maybe that was a big brain decision to let him go too early. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to get on the gas. And he cut wide. He's like, ha. He fell for one of the classic blunders. Man.
Gap down to just 14.8 now at the lot, or after sector 1. So another second cut off that last lap between 3rd and 4th. So if they can keep up this current pace, that gap might be at 0 with just a couple minutes remaining.
As this is going on, there's a fight for 10th right now between Modrak and Miak. In a second of each other. A good old-fashioned front engine versus mid-engine fight. The Aston Martin right now having the upper hand. 763, a car that has been very fast today, but has been on the wrong side of a lot of incidents. Drama in general, yeah. And Miak in the 16 Ferrari, a car that's never really gotten flying. I think they've been further up the order at some points in the race. I think they've slowly just slid out of the mid-pack fight as the race has gone on. This will be a close one to the end. Dimitri's out. Oh, contact between Dimitri and Williams. Massive accident. That's going to very much damage Williams' car. That's also very probably much damaged Pryor's car.
That would have been just on the exit of the drive-through as well.
Yeah.
So they would have been coming out of the pit lane and had contact. This one is a huge moment. Through goes Vanderhorn onto the podium. 21 minutes remaining. This one might be worth going to the replay to check out. Huge damage on the Williams car. Around he goes out of turn 6. Wow.
A lot of trouble. Yeah, it was a full speed. The 515 came into them blindsided, didn't notice the car was stopped in the middle of the road, and just full speed into the rear of that car. I imagine even if they get that car to the pits, it's going to be probably a minute or two of damage repair to fix that car.
This might bring the 52 up into the top 4 now.
I'd be shocked if it doesn't. I like it's going to take Williams probably another minute to get to the pits because that car is just uncontrollable. It's probably going to be another minute or two to fix the car. Could be a 3-minute loss of time. Man,
Wow, that is huge. This one is worth going to the replay for to check out. This is going to take a minute for it to load. I apologize for the frozen screen on stream. Y'all be fine. There's not too much else to look at right now. This is worth going back and checking out because this is the podium. This changes the race big on the finishing order. Let's go find our number 22 car. Where are we at? There we are.
Dusty posted paid actor. What? See if we can find the 22.
Yeah, here we are. We are on board at the moment with the 22 coming down the final corner here. So it's going to happen just on the outside here. You know, look, Spring can see the cursor. So look off to the left. There'll be a car exiting the pit lane. You can see it just off over there. That's where the incident will be happening. The interesting moment here. Coming out of the pit lane to rejoin. The Williams camp just came right over into him. Wow. Yeah. Oh, and then more contact from behind.
Yeah, it's that second bit of contact that did them in.
Let's back this one up just a little bit here and look at it from an overhead cam. Here we are from the helicopter cam.
I'm sorry for those who want to know what's going on with the Miak versus Modrak fight. I'll keep you posted on that.
And then, yeah, who else got... The 515 then made contact as well. So that's 3 cars involved there.
Yeah.
Big incident. Big incident.
Yeah.
And now back on track here. As we're mentioning, we're looking at the fight between Eric and Jordan here for P10 on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's been close. It's,
22 stopped on the racetrack.
That is so painful. I feel so bad. And I had nothing to do with it.
That was right in the way of the fight here that was just happening for 10th. That could have been disastrous. The 22 car needs to get off of the racetrack as soon as possible here and get that damage fixed.
Yeah, that'll definitely put them into 5th at least.
Spinning again, the 22 car.
Yeah. We definitely came off worse for wear in that. They're in the pits though finally.
Yeah, and here comes the 52 right now. Gap is closed, so that's good. That's going to promote the RJB Solutions DSR2 car up into P4. I mean, that's got to be a relief for that team at the very least to basically gifted a free position here. But wow, what a moment.
Yeah, in the closing minutes of the race, never doubt Godzilla. That's the lesson for all the kids today. That Nissan getting a top 5. Sort of quietly got through this race, not too much drama.
As I've been saying, they've always been that best of the rest. They've been right at the front of that pack of the people who aren't in the top 4.
Yeah.
So definitely been a great result for them. Definitely not a bad race, and to go and bring home P4 is going to be a great result for them.
Mm-hmm. As this has been going on, the fight continues. 9th and 8th still very much close together. And of course, that battle for 11th and 10th still ongoing. Going to be quite a while before that 22 gets out of the pits.
Well, and so now we have a damaged 515 car. Where is this at? The damaged 515 car now has the 993, who was also in that incident, now running them back down for P8 here. So both of these cars were just involved in that incident.
Yep.
And now are fighting each other on the racetrack.
Funny enough, in many ways, that incident really was a gift to the 993. It damaged the 515 considerably. I wouldn't be shocked that 515's carrying a 30-second damage repair, which is easily 2 seconds a lap of time lost. Yeah, that was... yeah, and it might even... The 22 is out and going again. And they're in another incident. Not as catastrophic this time, but they did make contact. Fighting with an Aston Martin. Actually, that's for position. That's a position fight between 5th and 6th there. And Williams comes off for the better of it. I can imagine Zurabov didn't appreciate the elbows out racing, though. See how much damage, shadow damage that McLaren is carrying, though, if that Aston Martin can close up the gap, as he does go wide into the one of the most important corners on the track, Tremento. Now that Aston Martin is right up behind the rear wing of the McLaren, coming through the flat out Corvone. Aston Martin's putting a nose in to turn 11. He has the position just before braking for turn 12.
Whoa.
McLaren carries more speed, goes wide now into turn 13. The Aston Martin is back through. Here comes the McLaren on the cutback out of Caro. Backs off, though, into turn 15. No, he just set up the run perhaps better. Nope, lets the Aston Martin through. As we enter turn 16, Misano.
That was a big old puff of sparks there coming up out off of turn 13 with that huge slide for the 22. Definitely just threw away that position there with that one. Been a struggle point all day. If you're just very slightly offline there, the car goes way off, and that was a perfect showcase of it there. So now we're going to see that the 22 can remake that charge back through. Gap still down for between the 16, still fighting there. 763 gets in front, going through the hairpin. Now they're going to have, contact between those two.
Again, a massive accident.
Eric into the wall. Wow. The 763 once again finding themselves in more drama. This has just not been their day whatsoever. And the overtaking here has been just nothing but drama. Have we seen a properly clean overtake today? I really don't know if we have.
Yeah,
this has been, my
harsh.
voice hurts from having to scream so much because people keep on hitting each other.
Yeah.
This has been dramatic.
Now here's the question. How damaged is the number 16 Ferrari? Are they going to be able to keep that car running safely to the end? It seems way off Song Miok in that car right now. Not that he was particularly speedy before, but...
Are we about to see Taylor Williams in this 20 and Andrew Shaw in this 22 camp not get a top 5 after having such a good run, being up there in second place for a majority of this race, getting that drive-through penalty, pushing them down the order, and then finding the car that they are currently battling for position, exiting the pit lane?
Yep, that's...
Actually,
there you go.
no,
The
it was not
15-second
this car.
penalty, that will do with them in. They're getting a penalty for that incident.
There it is. That, I do believe, will pull them off of... Oh, and almost another bit of contact. Don't go getting yourself more of a penalty here, guys.
That is...
Keep it clean.
painful.
Keep it kind.
So that will put them down into...
We're just
8th.
right back. So
7th, sorry.
you can handle the duties for the next couple minutes.
I got it. So yeah, that will pull the Williams car team, the number 22 car, the Neptune Racing car. That'll put them into 7th at best, because Burning will be able to overtake them on the penalty. Yeah, that's... what can you say other than that's racing? I don't know. That's really unfortunate. That car had a lot of pace. Certainly deserved to be fighting for a podium, not trying to stay inside of the top 10. It's just all fallen apart in the last really half hour of this race. That's why you watched the end, I guess, folks.
For sure. I mean, you look at this race at the even just 1 hour remaining mark, and you look at where the running order was, and you're like, I mean, you pretty much could just say it would finish right as that was, but no, this last hour has been eventful.
It's going to be an all Bentley podium.
As the sun is setting, it has been nothing but drama.
Yeah.
Still looking to try to get by the 992 here. Taylor Williams, again, throwing sparks. That McLaren's sitting really low. Gets by the 16 Ferrari, who is still carrying that damage from the incident we just saw earlier.
Yeah. So right now, the key thing they have to pull off is... That's the number 22. Where are they right now? Okay, so my gaps for the people around them. Yeah, so they need to pull up another 3 seconds on burning, which I think they can do to hold on to 7th.
I think that they're
Or
going to need to
6th,
get by Zerobob, though, in order to try to bridge out that gap. I don't know if they're going to get it just following Zerobob, because I think those two are running very similar pace on the racetrack at the moment. So let's see what we got. I mean, 141, but don't make contact. Oh, that one was really close there.
Yeah.
Taylor, don't get it too out of hands. I mean, you got to go make time, but it ain't worth keep on incidents, because last thing you want is to have to miss yet another race with incident points from contact.
It's gonna be it's challenging now because they are definitely faster, but the problem they're having is that McLaren does not have a great drive off of the corners.
Yeah, that seems to be the one place where the McLaren really, really lacks is drive off the corner, but it also isn't strong under braking either. So it's really hard to make overtakes in that car without it just being brute force down the straight line, because that seems to be where that car succeeds the most. It's very fin-like airplane wing shape. Definitely helps it go in a straight line, and it also helps it with turning, but it does not really help it with braking or acceleration. So definitely, it's hard to get a pass done in that car, I feel.
Whoa, another big
and
shunt.
there it is. Punt onto the 992 with a fantastic save for Zerobob. I mean, I got to point that is an amazing save to keep that car underway. Hopefully for Taylor Williams' sake, they let that one just slide and just, you know, be nice and not get that one reported. But that was a big old shunt there between those two cars.
I gotta hope the 992's rear isn't too damaged from that. I imagine it's gonna be okay.
The race just falling apart here in this last stint for Taylor Williams.
Yeah, they're definitely not gonna be able to hold on to 6th now. It'll be very challenging to do that.
Yeah, this could see them be sent down all the way to P7 now with that 15-second time penalty being awarded.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, depending on the damage, we could even see them fall down to 8th. Dimitri's been pretty handy behind the wheel of that Aston Martin. That's the thing. Get a little bit heated under the collar. Perhaps unfairly maligned by that incident. Or at least I could see how one might feel that way. They certainly were not being very safe about that car on the pit exit. Sort of drove up into them. Yeah, not worth it. These are the sort of execution mistakes you need to bring out of your to really fight for those podiums and wins. Got decent pace though now. Still gonna be a lot of work to gap the 69. And of course, you're just hoping you don't get another 15-second penalty on top of this. That puts you down even further. Using all of the track. This carries on. Silently. Confidently. 108 Bentley. 6 minutes away from another win in GRG. It's been a dominant drive. I think the most dominant drive I've seen in ACC. And I've seen some dominant drives. A whole second clear of the field. A whole lap, sorry, clear of the field. And they've been going on well.
All right, so we will not have time for post-race interviews, unfortunately, this time around, unlike what we normally do, because the tornado sirens are indeed going off right now. So,
oh no!
That means that basically you have 15 minutes. So whenever this race is over, I gotta wrap it up.
Yeah. Stay safe, friendo. Man.
I mean, lucky timing because there's only 5 minutes left in the race, but
yeah.
At least I could stay till the end and broadcast for a couple more. But gap is once again closing here for Taylor Williams, I see.
Yep.
Again, you got to wonder if anyone's going to be or if that 992 is going to try to report that incident, or if they're going to let it slide.
Well, they did make a note about it in the endurance chat on Discord, so we'll see.
Interesting. No further action there for the 16763 incident.
Oh, there you go. Is there a swap of position? Yeah, the 69 had to pit. So that put the 993 ahead. I wonder why that was. Also, Pryor's going to get through. If that's for position, which I think it is. I wonder why the 69 had to pit. It's interesting. It's not a fast stop either. Is the car really damaged by something we missed?
I mean, it is very much possible that there could have been damage. They also could have just hit their field number short.
Yeah, but then it would be a splash. They would be out by now.
That is a very fair shout. I mean, surely you're not doing a full service if it's yeah, just come in, grab 5 seconds of fuel, and send it back out there.
Yeah. I don't think they can fall much further down the order unless there's something dramatic going on. They still have about a lap on.
Car is now rolling again, so they should be able to get back out there in the 9th position. So, I mean, they did swap a couple spots there, but nothing too dramatic.
Yeah, curious that.
Now, I mean, this is the difference between there's 2 points at hand here for Williams to go try to make this jump.
Tough thing is, even if he gets this pass done, it's still.
Oh yeah, that's a fair shout. And because the 69 had to pit, that does kind of confirm that P6 for Williams, correct?
No, he's got the 15 seconds though, right? So he's not.
Yeah, but as far as I know, it was the 69 was the car that was chasing him. The 993 is. Whoa! There's a spin. 992 around with the 22.
Yep. This has just not worked out.
This has been a horrendous last stint for Taylor Williams. After such a fantastic race for these guys, it really does suck to see it fall apart like this in the closing minutes.
Yeah. And as this is happening, that's put Dimitri back into the... It's putting Dimitri in a position where he might actually be able to jump to 6th. I didn't see how that incident happened, but curious. I am morbidly curious, you might say. You see Modrak pull into the pits in the 763s. That's another car not quite making the fuel number. It seems it's like a lap short too, not by much. It's another car that's probably looking back at this race thinking, man, this could have gone a lot better. Perhaps hurts a little bit less because they've never really been in the podium positions, but still. Certainly a car that will be looking back at the day wondering what could have been. And they're rolling again, so that was a quick splash and dash for fuel.
Just 2 minutes remaining here. We're going to go ahead and jump up and watch the last couple laps of this race with our leader.
Impressive drive.
Absolutely just been fantastic racing here, start to finish. Every single lap led, as per usual with this team, it seems like. And again, I mean, a 1 lap lead on everyone, and almost 2 full lap lead on everyone. Actually, they're just 1 sector behind Yvonne Vandenberg there in P2, so almost 2 full laps the gap.
I don't know who let a Super GT car onto the track, but not there, I would say.
So definitely spectacular drive here from Stefan and Yannick to once again put this car into victory lane. I mean, barring some sort of dramatic incident, I think that it really doesn't matter at this stage. Like, I think that they could literally pull over right now and they'd still win.
Yeah. Or thereabouts.
They got a GT 500 car. It's about right.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of pace that they're able to get out of these cars is amazing. And obviously, if we had the 200Q car, I believe that they could have been putting together similar pace. Not quite to this extent, but they could have been up there with them too. Normally, that's the team that fights for the lead as well, but unfortunately, they had to back out. Here we are. Checkered flag is waving. Fireworks are going off here from Misano.
It's a win for the 108 Bentley. And they're doing some donuts to celebrate it. Second place for the number 14 Bentley. They've had a very impressive drive as well. Equally uneventful, equally successful. Or almost as successful.
I like the way that the headlights light up.
Yeah.
Where are the fireworks at, actually? They don't actually seem to be going off right now.
Maybe they're higher up, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe they just went off once and that was it.
Maybe. No. Vandertorn. Let's see who's coming. Actually, well, the race technically isn't over for second and third. They still have to come to the line. Williams, obviously, just pulling off the track. No donuts from that McLaren.
So through just went the 7 car there. I was trying to get a camera shot, but I forgot that it messes things up.
Yeah.
And here comes P2, the final car to cross the line. Podium Bentley is basically the story of the day.
Yep.
Bentley. That was definitely the best car. The way that the field strategy worked with them just was untouchable.
Yeah. The cars that he would have been needing to run 133s on fresh tires on the short stint to make up for it. And nobody was doing that.
Yeah, especially with this long of a pit lane, for sure. Just untouchable was the Bentley today.
Yeah. Neuro coming over the line now. Somebody wants a Bentley top 3 picture. I think somebody works for Bentley and wants a photo up. But yeah, that was a good race. Interesting strategy to see how that was going to play out. Had all sorts of drama in the last hour that kept things spicy to the end. That's what all you can hope for from Misano. I'm sure there'll be a lot to unpack about that race over the next few hours and days.
For sure. Obviously, I mentioned I'm going to have to run here and in the stream, unfortunately. But definitely fantastic race to everyone. Great win by the Bentley team up front, and definitely a great job by all the Bentley teams to bring that thing home 1, 2, and 3. I mean, it's just, you just can't even say enough. Like, that's insane right there. Just how much of a showcase as to how that was with those teams.
Yeah. Well, I guess I will leave you to make the safe decision and take shelter from that tornado. I was happy to join you for the commentary.
Yeah, shout out to the race control. Shout out to Christian here for hanging out with me in the booth and taking over whenever it was needed to be done. Join us, our Discord, if you're wanting to come and race more. If you want to participate in the next event, which will be a 9 hours of spa happening in a month's time, join that link right there on Twitch. Head on over. And we hope to see you all next month. Normally we like to do drivers briefings or drivers interviews right now, but unfortunately that is not possible at the moment. So anyway, thank you all to everyone who hung out in the chat. Thank you to Cracker for the 100 bits at the halfway point. And we hope to see you all in the future whenever we do some more streams and more races. And
With that, I wish you all a pleasant adieu.